Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in this motherfucker. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to keep us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man make them happy because man make them gone. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. My apologies. I did doze off. I'm still at the hospital with Lady Che. Lady Che's now on her machine, so she won't be able to talk, but she will probably be listening in the background. And Shabaka might be joining us if he's still up. And on the season 4, episode 50, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the tangibles. The year and the decade of tangibles continue to mess up the tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. The tangibles 2025 to tangibles 2100. Then we got DNC Shills have come out of hiding since that landslide of a loss that Kamala Harris was still smoking on the Kamala pack underwent this past November. Then we got Al Green is outraged, but not for us. So Al Green did all that performative madness last week. Announced last week. And it was for everybody but us. Then we got The View cuts off Stephen A. Smith for exposing the Democrats live. Then we got Democrats' non-foundational Black American agenda. Then we got FBA Sista checks the New York City Reparations Commission for using race-based language. Then we got, which is illegal. Then we got Representative Jasmine Crockett, or as I call her, Crockett shit. Sistagurl persona was crafted by the DNC to get the black vote. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading it for the past 6 years. Tangibles. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of Marxist slavery freedmen, going to demand from the two-party system. So nothing has changed except the year. Everything else remains the same. So instead of 2020, it's 2028 for the presidential, 2026 for the midterms, and for 2025 it's local elections. Like several municipalities have elections this year, like New York City, for instance. So the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. The 2026 midterm elections are coming up, and local elections, such as in New York and other cities, elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that's been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague, in non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups of minorities, immigrants, people of color, communities of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, there's local elections, then in 2026 there's the midterm elections, and then 2028 is the next presidential election. Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or some people not vote for them. We try to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. Sorry, I have to drink something. All right, so we've been running with the hashtag for the past 6 years, since 2019. So every year it's been tangibles 2020, tangibles 2021, tangibles 2022, tangibles 2023, tangibles 2024, and tangibles 2025. So we're not letting up on them tangibles. We're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote, all the way up to 2100. So continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. Otherwise, don't participate in this political process. If they're not offering you nothing tangible, don't waste your time. So those are my thoughts on the tangibles. Tangible is something real, something substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations, or compensation for freedmen. The foundation of Black Americans is in the American child slavery freedmen, the people that built this country. So I'm gonna move us along because I am kind of pressed for time because I do have the food bank in a few hours, and I just started super late. So we got the DNC Shills have come out of hiding. Democratic Shills, come out and play. Democratic Shills, come out and play. So now they have come out and play after their Sistagurl, got her behind whoops in last year's election. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Before we dive into this morning's briefing, there's a little bit of house cleaning I want to say off top. Everybody knows that, especially when it comes to YouTube, this website does no real moderation of spam bot content. So the comment sections are usually regularly filled with a bunch of automated replies, clearly coming from somebody's little computer program. They set these things up to try to imitate whatever the channel is that they're trying to spoof. So whenever you see these comments that are replying, it's got a whole bunch of emojis. You know that I almost never use emojis, certainly not a whole bunch of hearts and Valentines and all this stuff. And I never post any sort of phone number because I ain't got one. But it's amazing how many people will see this stuff, and occasionally some people who may not be paying attention will actually reply. That is dangerous, because it's precisely that kind of response that kind of fuels these idiots to think, okay, this might be a place where we can find some live ones. So I put up on the screen just a few of the accounts that have actually been spam bombing my channel comment section over the last couple of weeks. Now, most of these accounts were only created just yesterday, March 4th. Others were created last week, but at least one of them, the one that didn't even have a username, that one's been around for 10 years or so. So as I said, YouTube is not trying to clean up any of this stuff, but you need to be aware of it. So I'm asking everyone to keep paying attention. Make sure you're paying attention to who it is that you think you're responding to. Though these clowns, they're little spam bot replies. It's obvious that it's not me. It should be obvious to you. You've never heard me post any sort of phone number. Oh, please send me a message. Why the hell would I want anyone to send me a message? Seriously, family. In over a decade and a half of doing this, do you think I'm going to say, yeah, call me as we have a phone conversation? You got to be kidding me. But that's something that I want to go ahead and say off top. And yes, I will be saying this in the future because there's always new people who are coming to the channel. And that being the case, we owe it to them to make sure that we make them aware of how we do things around here and how we don't do things. I will never be posting any sort of comments saying, send me some messages, send me some messages. Hey, thank you for your support. Thank you for your input. Now go ahead and contact me on my Telegram channel. All right, now that we've taken care of the reminder, let's go ahead and get to this morning's briefing. You can tell that the memo must have gone out from DNC headquarters because I noticed that after yesterday's briefing where I posted about how these town hall meetings are all of these angry yelling people and that basically it's the Democrats and the white left doing their own version of the kind of political theater that Chris Rufo and the white right have been doing at school board meetings, I noticed that a number of these DNC sock puppet accounts apparently have come out of their dormancy, and now here they are carpet bombing us with all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, they got their little spine back because because DNC headquarters is doing this little political operation. And I can also tell that they're doing this kind of coordinated message nonsense. And this actually meant to reach those of you who are viewers of and listeners to the Black media. You're the ones that they're trying to actually influence. And what they're saying is, you should have voted for Kamala Harris. As if we're sitting here saying, oh my God, we're not getting anything from Donald Trump. We weren't going to get anything from Kamala Harris either. What we're saying is all of these angry white people that you're seeing, whether it be at school board meetings for the Republicans or whether it be at town hall meetings for the Democrats, none of these people are interested in helping Black people at all. And that being the case, we have to make sure that we do what we did in the past, which is we represent ourselves. Now, for these little DNC shill accounts, I'm pointing these next comments point blank, both barrels at your empty heads. Black people have been talking about our economic demands since the beginning of time. We've been making demands to Democrats for decades. Everyone else is complaining because they're temporarily inconvenienced. We, on the other hand, are being economically strangled, not inconvenienced, but strangled. And the Democrats, in their turn, have been just as complicit as the Republicans in our economic strangulation. At the very least, they've sat back and allowed it to happen. They certainly haven't given any pushback to it. Now, as Black media, we are blessed. We have the smartest viewers, but we also have the dumbest trolls. Democrats have made it clear that they're not going to do anything for us unless they're forced to. They have been very explicit about that. So we have to break them, is what they're saying. The only way we're going to do what you niggers are demanding is if you break us. Now, who in their right mind wants to support a political party that has repeatedly told you that they're determined not to do anything for you? And it wasn't just Kamala Harris, by the way. When Hillary Clinton was running for office, you had Bill Clinton sitting there making excuses for the '94 crime bill. And super predators, they wouldn't even touch that one. And as for Joe Biden, I laid out time and again how he had a whole raft of phony promises and lies that he made. Everything from his so-called White House level Police Accountability Commission all the way to the Lift Every Voice plan, whatever the hell that was. Whatever happened to the George Floyd Policing Act, but the John Lewis Voting Act. Now, keep in mind, I was no supporter of Biden then, still not now. And that being the case, I didn't have my heart going pitter-pat for any of his empty promises because I knew that they weren't worth the hot air that he was using to say them. But for the Negroes who were saying back in 2020, Biden gonna do things for us, just you wait. Okay, we waited and waited and waited. So what did he do for Black people? Not a damn thing. And that's the reason why all of these little shill accounts went dormant for that 4-year period. Now, if you're stupid enough to be telling us that we should vote for a political party who have told us repeatedly to our faces that they're not going to do anything for us, hell, you might as well vote for the Republicans then. See, you have a bunch of these sock puppet accounts, and these fools are desperate to get themselves a job working for some Democrat politician. That's what you're seeing, by the way. That's how they earn their stripes with their local white DNC handlers at the county level. These are the same bottom feeders who were hiding during the Biden administration. Remember that? Soon as Biden took office, all of those sock puppet accounts that have been carpet bombing us for the previous couple of years, that have been spamming us with DNC talking points, they suddenly disappeared after the 2020 election. And when we in the Black media kept reminding you of Biden's broken promises, those sock puppet accounts remained silent because we didn't allow our issues to just fade away with the 2020 election. They saw all the demands that we were making, and they were like, well, this is kind of just the after effects, the echoes of those 2020 uprisings. We got what we wanted. We got our guy in there. We got Kamala Harris in there as VP, and the Democrats got a clean sweep the House and the Senate because of those gullible niggers. So now we're just going to lay low for a while, let them blow off some steam, and we'll come back by summer of 2021. But of course, as we all know, that's not what happened. We were keeping Biden's phony promises fresh in your mind. We didn't let up. And the Democrats couldn't deny it, and they couldn't run away from it either. So these online shill accounts couldn't escape having to address it. So instead, they just went silent. But now with Elon Musk being, well, Elon Musk, and Trump doing his provocateur routine, some of these Democrats are hoping that they can recreate 2020. See, politically speaking, the Democrats were on the defensive for most of the Trump years because the orange man, in spite of himself, managed to have a halfway decent economy. But that meant nothing when the Black Lives Matter protests culminated in the 2020 uprisings. And that, combined with the economic impact from the COVID restrictions, created just enough room for Biden and Harris to eke out a razor-thin victory. But as I told you then in my post-2020 election analyses, that's a trick that would only work one time. And as we see, it only worked once. In 2024, there were no BLM protests. Nigga Jim Clyburn complained back in 2020 that you'll recall he whined and griped about how young people needed to stop sloganeering, stop pressing Democrats to defund the police. He was sitting there acting like he knew how to win elections. Apparently, he thought he knew everything about politics. Idiots like Jim Clyburn are the entire reason that Trump won in 2016. And he's the reason that Trump won in 2020. Why? One of the main people you'll recall that Jim Clyburn was complaining about during his rant was that he felt that these young people saying defund the police. Remember what he said? That's what cost Jamie Harrison his election. That was his excuse. That was a lie. Those young people that Clyburn was complaining about, they were the ones who handed the Democrats both the presidency and the Senate on a silver platter that year, giving the Democrats a clean sweep of the executive and legislative branches. And also, it was the young people who made sure that the post-election momentum carried over to the two remaining Senate races that came out of Georgia, putting Raphael Warnock and that other guy Ossoff into the Senate, giving Democrats control of the Senate. It was those young people in the streets who also turned up to the polls too. But Clyburn didn't care about that. The white media had been saying that he was the most influential and important black politician in America. As far as he was concerned, he had to maintain that illusion. So when his boy Jamie Harrison got spanked, what do you think Clyburn was going to do? He was going to lie and say, well, it was a young voter saying defund the police. Really? How come that didn't hurt Raphael Warnock? How come that didn't hurt Joe Biden? How come that didn't hurt any of the members of the squad? The Democrats had tons of momentum. See, that's the problem. People like Jim Clyburn are dyed-in-the-wool liars because they sold their souls to wealthy white interests a long time ago. As far as he's concerned, he will tell any lie as long as they keep giving him some butter biscuits, him and his pathetic children like Mignon Clyburn, who white power put on the FCC, and now she works as a quote-unquote consultant for the very white media corporations that she had previously been quote-unquote regulating when she was on the FCC. That's what Clyburn cares about. He's going to have white power make sure that he and his kids are taken care of while you'll be in the streets. And this is who these DNC shills and plants in the comments section are trying to carry water for. And by the way, what happened after the 2020 election? Jim Clyburn got his boy, Jamie Harrison, made chairman of the DNC. So finally, nigga Jim Clyburn had control of the DNC at the very top. And armed with all this sage advice from Jim Clyburn, what did Jamie Harrison do? He immediately lost control of the Senate in 2022, and then he presided over the Democrats losing the presidency in the House of Representatives in 2024. You see, without those young people that Clyburn was whining about, Democrats got the same results they got in 2016. And that's the reason you see the Democrats trying to fabricate and manufacture and somehow make an artificial version of the same atmosphere of outrage that existed during the Trump years, specifically 2020. But the problem for them is without the legitimate protests of Black Americans, their efforts will mostly result in only a few electoral gains. They need a political tidal wave, and you don't get that from older white voters or from just a few disaffected Gen Xers alone. You need broad-based support across multiple generations. The very young people who Democrats have been hell-bound and determined to ignore, they are the very ones who have to see their demands finally being put front and center and most of all being enacted into policy. But the Democrats have already said they're not going to do that. For the shills and morons out there who are saying, well, if you don't like all of these protests not having Black folks there, well, y'all was the ones who said that Black folks need to stay home. What we said was, if our interests are not being put front and center, we're not voting, and we should not. You do not go to the polls when someone's not offering you anything. And that's the reason why we said that the next phase of Black empowerment is going to be us making sure that we have people that we actually get on the ballot. We're not going to play this game of, let's look at this slate of hand-picked puppets that the DNC presents to us, and let's try to play Inspector Clouseau or Indiana Jones, and we'll try to see if we can figure out which one of them stinks the least. No more of this letting DNC shills and operatives online tell us that we have to choose the lesser of two evils. We are a moral people, and moral people don't choose evil. If they don't have good on the ballot, then they will present good on the ballot. They will make sure to put their own on there. That's what moral people do. That is what empowered people do. And that is why that's the next step for us. Of course, the shills and plants don't like that. Their job is to do what their white paymasters at the DNC want, and that is to continue the cycle of racial deprivation of Black Americans, and we're not having it. So you're doggone right. The Black vote is on strike, and as we're showing with all of these illegal alien groups, you better believe any sort of Black protesting on behalf of the greater left, that's on strike too. Black folks are not sitting here showing up simply because we have to lend our voices to everybody else. No, it's time that they lend their voices to us for a change. And if they don't, well, in that case, then we're going to have the establishment view be the one that's going to prevail. But history has shown that if enough time passes, there will be a certain critical mass of people who will get their minds right, not because they want to, but when it hurts enough. That's always been the pattern, though. Reminds me of what Winston Churchill said. He said, the Americans can always be counted on to do the right thing after they've tried everything else. And you know what? He's right. For the dominant society in this country, that's exactly what the pattern's always been. Oh, they'll get around to doing what Black people said had to be done from the very beginning, but not until they spend years and years trying to see how they can avoid it. And for you shills and bootlicks in the comments section, when I talk about people who have been trying to avoid doing right by Black people, I'm talking about Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Simone Sanders, nigga Jim Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, and all the rest of their pals. That's who I'm talking about. We know that the Republicans aren't going to do right by Black people. They happen to be the loud, boisterous, vocal, reactionary wing of white supremacy. They're the ones that established power gathers under because everybody understands exactly what they're about. But for the people who claim that they want to be progressive, the people who are looking and going, well, we kind of feel some kind of way about the current social order occasionally. That's what you're going to need a phony group for, some controlled opposition. Some individuals who will say, oh, we happen to be for the disenfranchised. We're for the little guy. We're for the people who have been left out, the people who are not part of the establishment. And then you turn around, these guys are sitting here telling you everything they're not going to do. And they make sure that they hire a phalanx of online suckers and suck-ups who will have the nerve to tell you that you're wrong for saying that you're not going to tolerate being ignored. And if they ignore you, then you will ignore them. We're giving them back their own energy, and they don't like it. And these little DNC shills and bootlicks who infest the comment section, what these clowns are talking about doesn't even suit the needs or interests of the very white people who they actually are interested in taking care of. You see, if the Democrats were serious about making any sort of changes, even if they were halfway serious, what they would be calling for is a 21st century version of FDR. See, the Democrats love to say, oh my God, we're repeating the worst parts of the 20th century. Well, in that case, then what was the answer to the worst parts of the 20th century? Bringing forward some people who, at least on paper, were trying to be different. So where is the 21st century version of FDR? Where is even one Democrat who's going to be calling out the big money that the party has decided to prostitute itself for? None of them will do it. Not even Bernie Sanders. What Democrat is there who would actually push for policies to reduce and in many cases eliminate the power of big business? How many of them are going to say, you know what, if we got a minimum wage in this country, it's time that we institute a maximum wage? There is something fundamentally wrong with allowing a huge aggregation of money and power in the hands of one individual. This country should not produce an Elon Musk. It should not produce a Mark Zuckerberg. It should not produce a Jeff Bezos or a Bill Gates. When individuals like that have that much money, that's somebody who has too much power. But nobody would ever point to a white person under white supremacy and say, that's too much power for one man to have. Oh, they'll say it about a Black man like Malcolm X. They'll say, that's too much power for him to have. Yeah, the Black people actually listen to him. That's too much power for you to have. And Malcolm X didn't harm anyone. He didn't hurt anyone. And yet they hated him. They thought he had too much power. Meanwhile, you got guys like Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and that clown who runs Alphabet, whatever they call themselves. And these guys have the kind of wealth and power that the Caesars of Rome could only have dreamt of. The popes of Europe, they could only have dreamt of the kind of wealth and the kind of opulence and power that the Elon Musks have. And yet nobody, not even the Democrats, dares say that's too much power for one man to have and he must be stripped of it. Democracy demands it. For the good of America, they must be. They're not going to say that because the money, as they see it, is in the right hands. As long as it's not Black people's hands, that's the right hands. The entire reason that Trump is back in the White House, the entire reason that he was even able to make it to the White House in the first place is because for 50 years, Democrats have refused to be responsive to their base. They made a mockery of democracy in that they did not respond to the people's needs. So when you create a political vacuum, you can't complain if a clown comes and fills it. Let's take California as a case study. California went from being the most affordable place in America to being the least affordable. It was precisely California's affordability that attracted so many people to go there. They are the place where Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and of course Elon Musk made their fortunes at. And all of those men made their fortunes specifically in the Democrat stronghold of San Francisco. California is ground zero for the housing crisis, but you wouldn't know it by how Democrats talk about it. They won't even mention it. They won't even say that rents or housing prices are out of control, and that the corporations and landlords who are charging extortionate prices for housing are crippling the rest of the economy. See, the landlords figured out something a long time ago, which is that if any other bill is going to be neglected, it won't be the housing bill. That's going to be the last one that people let go because they need a roof over their heads, if nothing else. So since housing is going to be the bill that people will pay no matter what they think of the cost, no matter what else is going on in their lives, why not just tell the people the price is going to be sky high no matter what the median income is in these places? That's why they don't care about it, because as far as they're concerned, well, we're going to say that it needs to be this. It's going to be 5 times whatever the average income is in the area, and you just need to come up with a way to pay it. Now, Democrats are not going to say this. So whether it's the tech bros or the housing crisis, you can trace it all back to California, specifically back to San Francisco. That's where Silicon Valley's rooted at. And the housing crisis, when you consider that Airbnb started in and is still headquartered in San Francisco. Democrats turned their backs on their base a long time ago, and while their constituents demanded that they stop the 1% from raping the economy, Democrats were too busy taking money from those same interests to do anything about them. Let's take the housing crisis in particular, a crisis that was largely caused by big hedge funds like Blackstone, BlackRock, and Vanguard, who, after the 2008 housing crash, swooped in and bought up all of those distressed properties. And then they declared that all of those single-dwelling family homes are no longer for sale, only for rent. In the process, these hedge funds turned the housing market into a subsidiary of the stock market, and they artificially created a housing scarcity when the truth of the matter is there's actually a surplus. And neither the Republicans nor the Democrats have said so much as a peep about it. And none of them dare propose legislation to force the hedge funds to divest themselves of all of these homes that they went ahead and called themselves buying, or to prevent companies from buying huge tracts of land in and around urban centers, which they then hold on to so that their partners at these big home building companies can build on them for equally extortionate rates. And whatever Blackstone, BlackRock, and Vanguard didn't get, Airbnb did. Their entire business model is based on incentivizing people to acquire properties, put renters into them, and then just do that over and over again with as many properties as possible. Up until the last 20 years, the most readily available way for people to build generational wealth was home ownership. That would be their part of the world that they could then pass down to future generations, making it where future generations would own real estate, which would always have value. But the Democrats have presided over the monopolization of that, and now it's basically been outlawed by corporate fiat. And the Democrats haven't said boo. And that's how homes went from being a place to live to being an investment or a place to park your money. It started under the Democrats in San Francisco. And what Democrats are in charge of San Francisco? Gavin Newsom, who was mayor of the city before he became governor of California, Kamala Harris, who was DA there, and before that she was the pet floozy for Willie Brown, who was also mayor of San Francisco, and of course Nancy Pelosi, who is the alleged congressional representative for that area. And keep in mind, Kamala Harris was taking money from Jonathan Gray, who is the president of Blackstone, America's largest landlord. And she was also taking political advice, quote unquote, from a senior executive from BlackRock, who had been part of her campaign. So she literally is on the payroll of the very hedge funds that destroyed the housing market in America. And she even had one of these hedge fund executives working on her campaign, advising her on what to do about the housing crisis that they had created. Now, when did Kamala Harris explain all this? When did she tell people, oh, by the way, you know how BlackRock and Blackstone and Vanguard swooped in and bought up all these houses and created an artificial housing scarcity? Well, I'm taking money from these guys, and they're the ones who have me as a sock puppet repeating their talking points, and that's the reason why I haven't said anything about the housing crisis or what I'm going to do about it, and I'm not going to because I'm on their payroll. Did she ever tell anyone that? It's like I've always told you. Nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. The same Democrats who pretend to complain about the tech bros and pretend to want to fix the housing crisis are also the same Democrats who created the people who caused these problems in the first place and protect them to this day. Now tell me, how is this any different than what one would expect from, say, Ron DeSantis in Florida or Greg Abbott in Texas? They do similar things. as does President Trump. So I want to know, where's this difference that these DNC shills keep telling us there is? I mean, you can tell that the talking points went out from DNC headquarters because these shills were all using the exact same language. Well, let me tell you something. You guys complained about how Trump and Musk are using Doge to unilaterally eliminate spending by eliminating federal workers. And you're complaining that the GOP-controlled Congress isn't stepping in to stop them. They've basically abdicated their authority as both the power of the purse and legislative oversight to the White House. They've just sat back and said, okay, we're not going to do anything about what the executive does. Well, I'm glad to see that you shills woke up from your 4-year coma, because I personally told you that this is exactly what the GOP has been doing for years in states like Ron DeSantis's Florida and Greg Abbott's Texas and other red state sewers like Michigan. These red state GOP-controlled legislatures would basically pass laws making it where they would give all of their legislative policy powers over to whoever the governor was, and that these governors were now empowered to basically do everything that ordinarily would be in the hands of the legislature. They deliberately abdicated all of their legislative authority to the governors of their states as a way to make sure that even if they lost the legislature, some GOP hack governor would still be able to essentially legislate from the governor's office. Now, Democrats didn't tell you that. I did. I've talked about it for years. You didn't have to wait for Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge and the rest of their racist pals to start pulling these shenanigans. Black people have been complaining about it at the state level for years, but Democrats didn't do anything about it, and neither did you shills. And why is that? Because when I talked about these GOP tactics to circumvent the voters, I pointed out that the GOP was doing it as a way to attack Black people. But you didn't hear that from Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Elizabeth Warren or Nancy Pelosi or nigga Jim Clyburn or Kamala Harris or anyone else. From Michigan's illegal and unconstitutional emergency manager law, which everyone recognized is nothing more than a state saying we're not going to obey the 15th Amendment. Sure, we're not going to make it where Black people can't vote. We'll just make it where anyone that Black people vote for isn't allowed to govern. All the way down to Chris Rufo and his racist pals in Florida and the legislative antics that they pulled. All these things have been done against Black people. And where was the Democratic Party at? I was here. The Black media was here talking about this for years. I'm very sorry that some of you shills only just discovered the Black media this last month. But then again, you aren't plugged into the Black community since you're not part of the Black community. You want to do the same old, just support what everybody else is doing. And then make the same old, phony, false, stupid claims that, well, Black people will benefit from it, tangentially, on the periphery, maybe. Same thing that they've always done. Oh, we got this policy here, and well, you see, there'll be a few Black people who are eligible to apply for it, so that means that it helps the entire Black community. So you should all be behind this. Never mind the fact that, as usual, everybody else is going to benefit from it primarily. We might have 1 or 2 people who do, but the Democrats will make sure there's all sorts of trick bags included to make certain that if any Black person benefits from it, they'll be immediately undermined afterwards. That's the game. So yeah, talking about these town halls, these are not admissions that the Democrats were right. What it is the Democrats trying to find a way to get their political mojo back. They're trying to artificially recreate the political momentum that they had in 2020. They're figuring to themselves, okay, we recognize that 2016 just repeated itself. Well, the answer to 2016 is 2020. But we got to do it in a way where Black people are not going to be benefiting from it. Because too many Black people are putting pressure on us in 2020. And as we just got through seeing last year, these Black folks ain't going to let up on us. So we desperately need a way to circumvent them. We got to get around them. And no, the Democrats have not turned over a new leaf. They are still no more deserving of our support than they were 4.5 months ago. The Democrats have had every opportunity that there is to come to us like they've been going to all of these other groups and saying, we get it. We have neglected the Black vote. We've ignored the Black vote. We've marginalized the Black vote. Hell, we've taken part in attacking the Black vote. We got a hell of a lot to atone for. Tell us what it is that you want, and we're going to do that. That's going to be the Democratic Party platform. Now, if they were to address Black people's concerns, then they would actually also answer a lot of these concerns that the rest of American society has, the non-Black portion of it has. But the Democrats are trying to figure out a way to have their cake and eat it too. They want to actually pretend to themselves as if they're going to address the issues that the country is facing. But as far as they're concerned, well, they're only trying to address it for the white portion of the country. They certainly aren't trying to address it for Black people, because they've had 50 plus years to do that. And every time Black people have said, this is what we require, the Democrats have said, nah, we're going another way. We're not doing that at all. We don't need Republicans on the one hand saying that black people need to have things taken from them, and Democrats on the other hand who say that black people shouldn't have anything. See, as the black grassroots, we're in this for the long haul. We're not in this for one election cycle or 2 or 3. We're not doing like these shills and desperately hoping that we can walk in the footsteps of Simone Mamie Sanders. You won't catch us sitting around daydreaming all day about working on some Democrat presidential campaign like Simone Sanders did, and hopefully we can parlay that into some sort of quote-unquote consulting gig like Roly-Poly Martin desperately wishes he could do. And oh, if all else fails, at the very least, hopefully we'll have some CNN or MSNBC show that lets us be a panelist. And if we're really good and we sell the soap for Massa and we make sure not to say anything that Massa doesn't approve of, well, maybe they'll give us our own show. Now, I've told you in the past about Eugene Daniels. If you've seen him, you know what he looks like, this clown. And I don't say that to be pejorative. I say that because every time you see the guy, he's just so extra with everything. I mean, this guy, he goes out of his way to just sit there and gesticulate, and his facial features, it's like his face is made out of doggone jello. It's ridiculous. The man looks like a clown. I guess that's the reason why he joined the circus, because MSNBC is apparently going to be giving him his own show. And with that, family, I'm going to wrap up this morning's briefing. Just keep in mind, these shills and bootlicks and DNC operatives who have been plaguing us, these guys, they seem to be in hibernation for a while, but they've woken up now because the Democrats have a political operation underway. They're trying to see if they can artificially manufacture the political momentum that they had in 2020. But if they're going to do that, the first thing they're going to have to do is to repeat the political success that they had in 2018 when they took back the House of Representatives. And that's the reason that the Democrats were ready and able to impeach Trump in 2019, specifically because of the fact that he withheld arms from Ukraine. If the Democrats want to try that again, first they're going to have to get back the House of Representatives in 2026. That's what we see underway. This is the first salvo of the 2026 midterm campaigns. That's what this is. Well, you know what? We're not concerning ourselves with the usual power games being played by these white politicians. Black empowerment is not going to be held hostage to any sort of political party's wishes. All that matters is our demands. And we're taking a hard-nosed approach to this. And if any of these shills are sitting here thinking to themselves that they're going to start some process of a whisper campaign and saying, you guys need to just let up on the Democrats. You know, the Democrats are looking out for your interests too. You need to stop listening to those black media types. I mean, you need to find a way to try to work with the Democrats. You got to find a way to work with the Democrats. That's what they're trying to say. What they're trying to say is, well, you're going to be politically irrelevant, you know. The Democrats are just going to pass you guys by and they're going to find a way to get around you. You're going to be irrelevant, and then what will you have? Well, for the sake of argument, I can answer that question for you. If the Democrats manage to do what they did before, and they pull off some skin of their teeth victory without the mass of black voters, which, by the way, is impossible. Even under the best of circumstances like last year, the Democrats still had the majority of black support. But even if they did manage to find a substitute for black voters, the reality happens to be when you look at what Democrats have done for the last 50 years, all you see is what the Democrats refuse to do for us. And that being the case, your threats are completely empty. What are you going to do if the Democrats find a way to circumvent the black vote to get around you guys? What are you going to do then? The same thing we're doing now. The real question is, if the Democrats actually do find some way to circumvent the black vote, that means that they don't need any of you little bootlicks and shill accounts anymore. You're the ones who need to ask yourselves, what are you going to do? Here's a hint. You won't be coming over here. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: David Williams, Andre Nelson, Crystal O'Neill, Craig Simmons, and Amir Miller. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. Everyone by now has no doubt heard that during the State of the Union address, Congressman Al Green, Democrat of Texas, disrupted the proceedings. Now, the Republicans and a number of members of the left corner of the white media have decried this loss of decorum, but they all got no one to blame but themselves, especially the Republicans. The GOP were the ones who created this atmosphere in Congress when they allowed Congressman Joe Wilson to scream, "You lie," at Barack Obama during the State of the Union address. And they did nothing about it. That was an unprecedented action at the time that it happened. But the Republicans showed that as far as they were concerned, they wanted this to become the new normal. And it did, because during the Biden years, you had trash like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert who were acting like mean girls, booing during the State of the Union address. They were just going out of their way to be performative extremists. This is what the GOP made into their stock and trade. The Republican Party wanted to treat Congress as if it was nothing more than a tavern on a drunk Friday night. So this is what you get. When you choose to throw decorum out the window, you can't be surprised when nobody brings it back. Now, the Democrats at least actually acted like they had some sense, especially at the State of the Union addresses. Even people who wanted to protest what was going on in Palestine, they didn't. But the attempts to try to basically paint what happened as being some sort of horrible thing that never happened before in the history of the Republic, well, Al Green going on and on about it, that may be a little bit different, but it's a distinction without a difference. The Republicans were the ones who started this odious tradition. The halls of Congress are not the place to stage a protest, and a State of the Union address certainly isn't the time or place. But the GOP had no problem when, for the last 16 years, their representatives were the ones doing it, so it's a little late to start getting sanctimonious now. Now, we can all have our own estimation about how severe an incident this was, but my problem with Congressman Green's display is that he made a spectacle of himself for, as he put it, health care and Medicaid. That was his reasoning, apparently, because he didn't yell out anything about, hey, what about reparations? Or for some of you shills, no pardons for killer cops. Democrats are always the first to go overboard, ready to jump out a window by staging so-called sit-ins on the floor of the House of Representatives when a mass murder was committed against gays. They cried at the border for people who weren't even citizens. They impeached Trump because he temporarily paused aid to a foreign country, all the while telling us that there's no money for anything that we need. Democrats are the first ones, literally, to stick up for everybody else on the planet, except for the very black people who put them in office. They pass laws for and appropriate money for everybody else on the planet except for us. They'll do things for non-citizens before they lift a finger or say a word on our behalf. And this is the so-called Congressional Black Caucus doing this, because that's who Al Green's a member of. So these guys, as far as they're concerned, they're going to be sticking up for health care and sticking up for Medicaid. Now, Al Green is old as hell, and all these decades that he's been in Congress, no doubt getting all of the perks and privileges that go along with it, this is what he decides to pull a stunt like this for. He's not doing it on behalf of foundational Black Americans. He's doing it on general base issues of the Democratic Party, the same old boilerplate that the DNC has been out there preaching and not fulfilling for decades now. This is not going to move the needle at all. But then again, Al Green don't care about that. He's from Texas, same place as Jasmine Crockett. So both of these two have a PhD in attention whoring. It's pretty obvious that's just the way they like to do things. But what they're not doing is they're not doing anything for us. If you're going to sit here and make a spectacle of yourself, do it for the right people. Al Green said absolutely nothing that was relevant to us. If you're going to be disrupting the State of the Union address, you do it so that you can yell out what the hell is important to us. Get people talking about that. Now, that is something I could get behind. You pull a stunt like this, at least do it for the people who deserve it. Instead, he's trying to get the attention of the elderly, basically the same old Democrat stump speech. He said he did it for health care and Medicaid. I'm surprised he didn't fit abortion in there. I mean, that train's never late. So this is what the Democrats are standing for now. After they get themselves drubbed by the orange man and the whole GOP, it wasn't just Trump. It was the GOP in general who just took back the whole doggone government, just took it over. Democrats took it on the chin or some other part of their anatomy, and this is their response. Well, I guess in the abstract, this is better than what some Democrats have been plotting, which is how to move the party farther to the right. I guess Rahm Emanuel and his buddies who were talking about all of those Biden Republicans, I guess they're sitting there saying to themselves, now we might as well go ahead and kick this one into high gear. Let's just go ahead and make the Democrats' conversion to the Republican Party light official. Because that's basically what's happening with some members of the Democratic Party. So you're going to have some people who are going to be claiming that they stand for certain leftist ideals, while you got certain other members of the party who are going to be saying, no, we don't do that at all. We need to be severing ties with these far left groups, which of course is a lie. The Democratic Party in any other country around the world, especially in Europe, the Democrats would be considered a right-wing party, which, by the way, they are. Bill Clinton was the one who kicked that thing off, but the stress fractures on that one began long before Bill Clinton made it into office. And Barack Obama, look at the way that he acted, the things that he did. He literally recycled Mitt Romney's health care plan. That's what the hell Barack Obama was doing. And the Democrats have not said boo about all these killings that the police carry out, so they might as well go ahead and call themselves the party of law and order, which means the party of white fiat from law, especially if you have a badge. So for all of you shills and clowns who keep saying, you need to stop attacking the Democrats are running straight to the right, hard to the right. They're trying to become the Republican Party. So while you're busy sitting here whining about, oh, how come you don't say nothing about the Republicans? One, the Republicans are not courting black votes. So I'm not even going to be sitting here saying, let's go ahead and talk about whether or not the Republicans should get our support. They're not trying to. As for the Democrats, well, the Democrats are clearly trying to get the same voters that the Republicans have. So these shills, these guys in record time are being refuted by the very Democrats who they want for us to support. Here they are saying, you just don't like the Democrats. Meanwhile, the Democrats are saying, how can we become more like the Republicans? You see how stupid it is to be a shill? These people don't think. But for the longest time, we've had the Democrats who have been tiptoeing towards that whole position of, we got to do something about these far leftists. Far leftist is anybody who doesn't agree with Barack Obama on every little thing. We know how that guy is a freaking kook and a weirdo. But when they say far leftist, what they actually mean is black people who are making demands. We're the main ones that they're talking about because we're the only ones who are standing on business. Everybody else, they get to go ahead and have their little midday coffee clashes with Nancy Pelosi or whomever. These people are nothing more than a bunch of auxiliaries of the DNC. We're the ones who are actually out here saying if the Democrats do not come through on policy, then just leave them wherever you find them. That's the existential threat. So they've gone from quietly saying we need to get ourselves some different voters, some new voters, to now openly saying we got to find a way to shut these people down. This is supposed to be the Democratic Party now. So all these people who are sitting here saying that we should be playing nice with them, here the Democrats are saying we got to get rid of these people. So this is what the Democrats are doing now. They're standing up at the State of the Union address and making a scene, allegedly, for healthcare and Medicaid. Meanwhile, the very Democratic Party that they claim to be representatives of is saying, how in the world do we purge these far leftist ideologues, all of these people who are sitting here making all of these demands? We got to find a way to purge these people. Meanwhile, the people who they want to purge are the only reason that they were able to win any elections. For you shills and morons who claim that Trump is doing all these things to harm black people, for the sake of argument, let's go ahead and say I agree with you 100%. Then why aren't the Democrats saying what they're going to do to stop him? Did you see Al Green say anything about that? Do you see any of these Democrats who want to pull the party farther to the right saying anything about that? They're already trying to figure out how do we appeal to these conservatives out there in middle America, in these suburbs and such. That's who they're trying to get the support of. They're trying to find a way to make sure they're not vulnerable to black people's political demands. And there's no amount of Republican attacks against black people that are enough for the Democrats to do anything for us or to declare, hey, we see what these Republicans are doing. We have to have a raft of legislation to push back. And by the way, for you shills and idiots who try to say, well, y'all was the ones telling people not to vote for the Democrats, so why should they do anything for y'alls? Listen up, stupid. The entire reason that we refuse to vote for the Democrats is precisely because we have been voting for them for 60 plus years straight. We have been their single most loyal voting bloc and the very ones who they haven't done anything for. If they had been producing for us, then we would have been voting for them last year. And by the way, just for the record, I've been pointing out how James Carville and Joy Reid and other Democrat operatives occasionally will mention that black voter turnout has been trending downward for at least a decade. So they have already known that there were huge political problems with black voters. Black voters have been getting turned off from the Democrats for a while now because they haven't done anything for black voters. But what we did was we didn't let them rewrite history. The black media came along and said, yeah, black voters are making the right move. Until Democrats actually come through on these empty promises they've made, until they make relevant promises to us and then actually fulfill them, yeah, why the hell should we vote? It makes no freaking sense unless you're stupid. Going to the polls is not meant to be some empty civic exercise. You go to the polls so you can get something. It's quid pro quo, something for something. You give the politician your vote so that they can go ahead and have a few creature comforts and perks. And in return, they pay you back through policy. Now, that's how it works with everybody else. Every other constituency, they get policies for their votes. They get tangibles. Us, on the other hand, you get idiots and trash like Shireen Mitchell going live on air and saying, if anyone tells you that black voters are supposed to get something for their vote, then they're Russian bots. Politicians are supposed to obey the voters, to follow the voters' lead, not the other way around. Democrats are supposed to do what we say, not the other way around. They're supposed to chase our support, to pursue our support. Not have us trying to chase them down and try to pin them down on whether or not they're going to do what they said. When the voters are letting the politicians lead them around by the nose, you call that wagging the dog. So I, for one, didn't like Congressman Green's little display, not because he disrupted the State of the Union address. I could care less about that, but because he didn't do it for us. The Democrats never do that for us. Whenever they decide they're going to do some sort of little bit of political theater, they never do it on our behalf. They never do it as a means to try to bring attention to what is in our interest and then say, now, this is going to be the entree to demanding a slate of policies to fulfill these interests. Because that's what it's supposed to be. You don't do political theater as an empty exercise. You don't do it just to get yourself a couple of headlines and try to win the news cycle. You do it as the first step toward getting a policy slate on the agenda. Let people know that there's an issue here that needs to be seen to. And then from there, once you've gotten attention focused on the issue, you got people talking about it. Now it's time to talk about what we're going to do about it. And here's some legislation that we're going to be putting up for a vote. See, the Democrats knew what the Republicans were doing when you had Chris Rufo and others, all of these paid crisis actors go into these school boards screaming and yelling as they had been practicing and rehearsing to do. They weren't just doing it as a one and done attention stunt. They were doing it because there was a political program at work. There was an agenda that was about to play itself out. The wealthy, racist white donors of the GOP had already figured out exactly what laws they wanted to put on the books, but first they wanted to go ahead and manufacture a phony rationale for it. So they had some paid crisis actors go to these school boards and screaming, oh my God, you're sitting here hurting white children's feelings. And then on cue, here come the racists in the Florida legislature saying, and we have a law that's going to go ahead and outlaw this. Well, what's it going to outlaw? No more teaching about slavery. And black people, we don't want to even mention black people at all. And you better not ever say that anyone's ever been oppressed. Well, how are you going to teach American history without saying that the British oppressed the colonists? Well, that doesn't matter. This is about black people. See, they already knew that they were setting up a legislative play. That's what the white rights political theater at those school boards was about, because they wanted this to be the first step toward them using school policy as what we have seen ultimately would become national policy if they could manage it, at least statewide policy. We're going to start off with claiming that we're going to make changes in the schools, then from there, and now we're going to do it throughout the rest of the state. They already knew what they were going to be doing from the beginning. Why are Democrats not out here shutting them down? Democrats should be doing the same. They have a far better case than any lies the Republicans could tell. And yet the Democrats ain't doing anything about it. And these shills that you see, they're not saying anything about that either. So what does that tell you? Now, there's also another subject that needs to be covered in this morning's briefing. Ben Shapiro is desperately trying to get what little notoriety he thought he had back. He's taken a page from Tucker Carlson's playbook, and on Shapiro's so-called website, he's published what he calls a letter saying that he wants Derek Chauvin to be given a federal pardon. And Elon Musk, being who and what he is, he decided to retweet this on X and say that this is something that needs to be looked into. And since Musk is the actual president of the United States these days, it remains to be seen whether or not he's going to use his pardon powers to go forward with something of this nature. The Shills have been using this particular development as their little political football, so let me go ahead and address this one directly. Derek Chauvin was convicted in both federal and state court. His federal conviction, even if it was pardoned, it wouldn't get him out of prison even one day sooner because he still has to serve his entire state sentence. But here's the real crime. So even if the orange man does give Chauvin a pardon, it's not going to get him out of prison because he still has to serve his state time regardless. But here's the real problem. When Chauvin was convicted at the federal level, Biden's DOJ refused to demand that his federal sentence run consecutively with his state sentence. In other words, instead of him basically serving both sentences at the exact same time, what they should have done is to demand that after he served his state time, he must also serve federal time. That would have given him a minimum of 40 years in prison. That's what should have happened. But the Biden DOJ didn't do that. The same way when it came time to sentence Ahmaud Arbery's murderers, the Biden DOJ did not demand a consecutive sentence either. They did not make a stink in the courtroom and say, you, judge, you have to sentence these people consecutively. But then again, when Biden's DOJ prosecuted the January 6th insurrectionists, it was the judges who were asking the U.S. attorneys why they weren't demanding harsher sentences. It was the judges asking, why are you guys going with these lowball charges? Biden's DOJ was more interested in just being able to say so-and-so was convicted as opposed to making sure that they got hit with the right amount of prison time that they were supposed to get. Seems that whenever the offender is the right color, it's never the wrong time to give them a slap on the wrist. But you know what? The prospect of the orange man giving a pardon to Derek Chauvin of all people, that's precisely the kind of outrage that the Democrats would like to see happen, exactly because of the fact that it would ignite huge amounts of public outrage against the orange man without the Democrats having to promise to do anything. See, it would be one thing if the Democrats were pointing out that they're going to make sure that there's not going to be any more Derek Chauvins running around free. But then again, isn't that what the Democrats said back in 2020? Whatever happened to the George Floyd Policing Act? Whatever happened to Joe Biden's much ballyhooed White House level Police Accountability Commission? Well, we know what happened with the so-called Police Accountability Commission. The instant that Biden was declared the winner of the 2020 election, he immediately said, I don't have time for it. Congress should handle it. And of course, Nancy Pelosi and the boys said, well, we don't have time to do it either, so we'll just have to get back to you about it. And as for the George Floyd Policing Act, nothing was done on that. So all of you shills who are upset at the prospect of Chauvin getting a federal pardon, I'd like to know why the world it is that you never pressed Joe Biden and the Democrats about why they didn't fulfill any of the alleged police oversight measures that they ran and campaigned on, and why it is that you're not demanding that the Democrats run on it now. If you were really serious, that's what you would be doing. Because whenever Republicans call themselves doing their performative extremism, whether it be giving pardons to murderers like Daniel Perry, or whether it be them deciding to write some racist law aimed at Black people, you never see the Democrats do anything about it. They don't retaliate politically, and they don't do anything to protect Black people at all. No legislation, not even a policy speech, nothing. When Democrats and the MSNBCs and the CNNs were spending the last 4 years going into hysterics about Trump's going to be the next Hitler, why is it when they were talking nonstop about all the terrible things that he's going to do, outlawing abortion nationwide, pardoning the January 6th rioters, shutting down what they see as important government offices, persecuting the media and his political opponents, why is it that in the list of horrible things Trump would do, the white left media never, not even once, mentioned the possibility that he could be pardoning these race soldiers like Derek Chauvin? Why didn't they point out any of the killer cops who have federal convictions that Trump would have the ability to pardon? Why didn't they make that an issue? Or anyone who's been convicted on federal charges for harming a Black person at all, like the murderers of Ahmaud Arbery. For 4 years straight, none of these white liberals were very worried that Trump, if put back in the White House, would begin trying to give pardons to race terrorists, as if they had been told by DNC headquarters, stop sloganeering, stop saying defund the police, stop sitting here criticizing the police. That cost Jamie Harrison his election. Here's what I want to know. Why is it when Biden was giving out pardons, he didn't say a word of support for Assata Shakur? Republicans boldly give pardons to race killers like Daniel Perry down in Texas. Why are Democrats not doing anything to retaliate by pardoning people who the Republicans want to see remain in prison? Why aren't you shills doing that either? When Biden was in office, when did he give even one major or even minor policy speech saying that the police must be punished? That police and sheriff's departments cannot get one more penny until they put stringent measures in place to punish, fire, and decertify these criminals with badges. It makes no sense to whine about Trump and the Republicans being the racists that we know them to be, when the only reason that they can even act like this is because Democrats aren't doing anything about it. Every time we put the Democrats in charge, they act just like the Republicans, only without the openly racist rhetoric. You shills say we need to vote the Republicans out. And my question is, okay, and replace them with what? More of Obama, who sat on his hands while Black people were being slaughtered in the streets? Obama's own friend, Henry Skip the Truth Gates, got assaulted in his own home by a police officer. And what was Obama's response to his friend being attacked by a cop in his own home? Being forced to have to walk on that lame handicapped leg of his because the cop didn't care. What was Obama's response to that? He invited the thug in question to the White House to drink beers with him. He rewarded him with a visit to the White House after he assaulted his friend and told Skip Gates, you need to sit here and have a beer with me. I got to think about my poll numbers. I'm trying to run for re-election in a few years, so I don't want any problems now. Certainly, got to make sure we keep them white suburban votes happy. Don't want no problems. That's what Obama did. No Democrat has ever or would ever say that if you're not punishing the police for the crimes they commit, then you are soft on crime. No Democrat would ever say that. Obama didn't, and he did nothing about the Flint water crisis either. He didn't prosecute anyone for that. You're so concerned about Elon Musk and Donald Trump violating environmental regulations. They've been doing it the whole dang time. In places like Michigan, places like Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Virginia, they've been doing it the whole time. And Democrats have done nothing about it. Oh, there's going to be race criminals out here looking to harm Black people. Well, when Obama was in office, how did he respond to the Mother Emanuel Church massacre? He came to town and sang a couple of bars of Al Green. He didn't declare war on white nationalists. He didn't make an issue of it. He did nothing but spout some empty words, hot air. Why? Because that murder happened just before the next election cycle was going to happen in 2016, and he definitely didn't want to make race an issue so that Hillary Clinton would have any stumbling blocks in her path to the presidency. All he could think about was his legacy. And what was his legacy going to be? That he was going to have 12 uninterrupted years of Democrat control of the White House, if he could just set it up the right way. And how would he set it up? By making sure that he didn't offend any of those racist white voters in the heartland by going after the white nationalists who are harming black people. And we really don't need to talk about how Kamala Harris is no alternative to the Republicans. When she was the Attorney General of California, she fought tooth and nail to prevent public defenders from getting access to the disciplinary records of dirty cops. And then she fought tooth and nail to prevent California State Police from having to wear body cameras. This is what she did in a blue state. And then she went and lied about it every day that she was in the Senate and the White House and during her failed presidential campaign. See, this is what they were doing before Trump even thought about getting into politics. Or maybe we should replace the Republicans with someone like Joe Biden, who wrote the '94 crime bill and spent the better part of 50 years taking every racist dig that he could at black people. Joe Biden, who I believe illegally diverted COVID money to the police, which, by the way, is not where we're supposed to go. If you want to have money sent to the police, you're supposed to do that through a formal vote through Congress. But he did that as a way to bypass having to force the Democrats to go on the record voting to give money to the thugs in blue. That's why he did it that way. The same way that Biden, who, without being asked, interjected his administration into a Supreme Court case on the side of the police in order to weaken Miranda protections. So this is who we're supposed to be voting for as an alternative to the Republicans. Again, if you want to replace the Republicans, I'm fine with that. But what I want to know is if the replacement's going to be any different. Because if your solution is to put these Democrats in charge, then that means there will be no difference. Where's the Democrats at to vow to be our retribution? Where are the Democrats at to vow that so long as they're in charge of this or that state, then none of these race killers are going to be getting a pardon? See, Republican governors have no problem running on that platform. Oh, we got some nigger who got arrested and charged for harming a white person allegedly. Well, we're going to run on the promise that as long as we're in office, this nigger's not getting out. Who do you see anywhere in America? What Democrat governor or mayor, any other sort of politician do you see in America saying that as long as we're in charge, none of these race killers are going to be getting out of prison? Where are they at? You don't see them. You never see them because they don't exist. You see, Democrats never run on a platform promise of, hey, this white supremacist over here who harmed this black person, you vote for us, we're going after him. We're going to be bringing a case. We're investigating so-and-so. Oh, this guy got put away for harming a black person. Well, as long as we're in charge, they're not getting out of a cage. They don't do that. Though you did have a Democrat, Kevin Steele, who ran on a campaign promise that he was going to prosecute Bill Cosby. And then as we all saw, he broke the law, violated the Constitution in order to engineer a conviction against an innocent man. That's what did happen. Now, you see, Democrats did run on that campaign promise. Now, tell me, when's the last time you've had the Joy Reids or the Roly-Poly Martins or any of these clowns and sock puppets on MSNBC or CNN or these alleged black media outlets like The Griot and The Root and others? How many of them remind you that Kevin Steele's a Democrat? See, it was the black media who made it a point to remind you that all of these DAs who were sitting here letting killers go and making sure not to prosecute the police and lying through their teeth and claiming there's nothing they could do, they were lying the whole time. These are Democrats by and large in a lot of these cases. That was certainly the case with George Floyd's murder. The local Democrat prosecutor there didn't want to bring the case. Amy Klobuchar, who's currently a U.S. Senator from Minnesota, when she was the prosecutor in Hennepin County, she refused to prosecute Derek Chauvin. She had a case against him then, back in 2006. Could have taken this animal off the streets then, but instead she decided, you know what, I'm not doing anything, kick the can down the road. I'm trying to seek higher office, and after all, we got to stay on the good side of the police unions because, the cops do such a dangerous job. So you had prosecutor after prosecutor, one Democrat after the other, who had opportunities to put this animal away and refused to. And you'll recall that the mayor down there, Jacob Fry, he was siding with the police. Even after the public shamed him in an unprecedented display of humiliation, he still decided that he was going to be on the side of the thugs in blue. And the Democrats, they sided with Jacob Fry. Instead of telling him, hey, we can't give you any money, we can't endorse you, we don't even want you calling yourself a Democrat for what you've done. Instead, they backed him, they funded him, and he was able to win re-election in 2022 with the active support of the DNC. And what's Jacob Fry been up to? Well, as I've documented for you on this channel, every time the police commit some crime, he's sitting there backing them, not doubling down, but tripling down on his support for the thugs in blue. This is the reason that the Tucker Carlsons are emboldened to say, tell that governor in Texas he needs to let Daniel Perry go. And this is the reason why Ben Shapiro feels emboldened as well, because they have not seen any retaliation for the Democrats at any level. And that's because the Democrats, as I've documented for you, are on the side of the race soldiers. So you shills sound dumb as hell, talking as if the Democrats somehow don't want these killer cops on the loose. The Democrats were the reason why they were on the streets to begin with. And if the Democrats had their way, there would have been no prosecutions. And as Jim Clyburn stated, as far as he's concerned, he doesn't want to hear about defunding the police or punishing the police at all. That's bad politics. You sound dumb as hell acting as if the Democrats would side with you when it comes to Derek Chauvin. As far as they're concerned, they can't forget about that fast enough. Right now, Democrats are the ones who, on the one hand, are yelling about the same old political issues. And on the other hand, you got Democrats now openly, actively plotting how to silence the very people like ourselves who are making demands of them. Both of these political positions by the Democrats have one thing in common: boldly and aggressively ensuring that Democrats do nothing for us. Not one of them is saying we have to make sure that these race soldiers are put in prison and stay in prison. We need new laws to punish the police. We need to have restrictions on the idea of giving pardons to the police. Nobody's talking about that. No legislation like that. No policies. And none of you shills talking like that either. They're not running on a platform of punishing the police now any more than they did in 2020 or in 2024. Anybody remember how last year the Democrats were talking about how they were going to make sure that the police are punished and held to account, and that they were going to have stiffer penalties for police misconduct? Remember that? Remember how Joe Biden, during his brief presidential re-election run, how he was talking about how we got to go after these cops, we got to make sure that they're punished. And then Kamala Harris did the same thing when she was running. Remember that? All those speeches they gave? Remember all those statements they made? All the legislation they proposed? Remember that? Me neither. Neither one of them was saying a word about that last year, because as far as they were concerned, they thought that they were going to get to the White House screaming about abortion and saying orange man bad. That's what they thought was going to work. Greg Abbott pardoned a racist killer who he knows to be a murderer. Now, I'd like to know what Democrat anywhere is running on a platform in Texas or anywhere else in America of making sure that the Greg Abbotts and that the Ron DeSantis and the other trash can never give pardons to race killers again. What Democrat is running on that platform of saying, hey, look at this white killer over here who Greg Abbott pardoned. And this is the reason why you got to vote Democrat, so we can put more of these white nationalists and these white supremacist murderers in cages and make sure they never get out. Who's running like that? Who's running on that platform? What Democrat is willing to make Daniel Perry or Derek Chauvin or any other white race killer into the GOP's Willie Horton? And if you don't remember who Willie Horton is, look it up. You shills talk as if Democrats are tough on the police when they're not. You talk as if the Democrats got all these ideas, all these things they're going to do. They keep making phony promises, empty talk. And as soon as they get around the police unions, they immediately tell the police unions, oh, don't worry about any of that stuff that we were saying. We're not going to do anything. In fact, we're going to make sure you guys get more money, rewarding them for their murders and their racism. That's what the Democrats have done, just like the Republicans. But you know what? If the orange man did decide to do some sort of stupid message pardon for Chauvin, even though it wouldn't help him get out of prison, what it would do is it would put pressure on the Democrats as to what their retaliation response would be. Would the Democrat authorities in Minnesota declare that, hey, we got to go ahead and prosecute Chauvin for some more stuff? There's been other victims of Derek Chauvin who have made accusations that are within the statute of limitations. The perfect reprisal would be, you know what, these other cases against Chauvin, we're going to go ahead and bring them at the state level, and we're going to have these sentences run consecutively with his conviction for the murder of George Floyd. Do you see the Democrats talking like that at all? Do you see any of them saying if there is any move made to pardon any more of these white race killers, we're going to make sure that we have new legislation that is going to curtail Republicans' ability to be giving pardons? Do you see them saying that at all? No, they're not. Now, over here in the land of Black empowerment, we're not sitting around hoping that the Democrats are going to discover morality one day. And a pardon for Derek Chauvin would be exactly the kind of thing to remind people how the Democrats are not seriously trying to keep any of these race soldiers in cages where they belong. It would also remind them that anti-Black racism is alive and well. It's exactly the kind of thing that would force people to do what they were trying to avoid doing up until 2020, and that is directly fighting white supremacy. So no, I would not want to see Derek Chauvin given a pardon at all, even though it wouldn't change his circumstances. But by the same token, what will it take to get people off their butts and recognize the threat in front of them? Seeing an honest white supremacist president like Elon Musk giving a pardon to a white race killer. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of undeniable racist outrage that would remind people why these white supremacists need to be fought and why you can't depend on the Democrats to do it. But my fear is that just like in 2020, the Democrats will sit here and give some phony, insincere rhetoric. And even though the people at the grassroots level in the streets will be the ones doing the heavy lifting, the Democrats will once again try to run the con that, oh, well, you see, we were behind this. We're on the side of the angels. The Democrats put us in there and we're going to have another George Floyd Policing Act proposal. And how about a White House level police accountability commission? That's what we propose to do. Get us back in there in 2026. And the Democrats will go ahead and make some more phony proposals that we don't ever actually intend to enact. That's what the Democrats are planning to do. If people start getting out in the streets again, the Democrats are going to look at that. And the same Democrats who are claiming that we got to get away from all of these far left people, all these far leftists, these people are bad for the party. They'll be the main ones sitting there saying, oh, you know what? We got to find a way to get these far left people, now that they're energized, get them to try to vote for us. Go ahead and tell them that we sympathize with them, but don't say you're going to do anything. Just like they did during the Black Lives Matters era. All those BLM protests, and the Democrats sent out the memo saying, do not promise to do anything. Go ahead and tell them that you sympathize with them, but that's about it. Now, how do you think you sound saying that we should vote for that? So Al Green and the rest of the party, they might as well make a scene. As long as the Democrats refuse to do anything that benefits us or punishes those who harm us, as far as I'm concerned, let them holler. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Clifford Lewis, Richard Griffith, Ursula Howard, Neil Saphir, and Antithesis. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
The most money, because besides Eric Adams, Chicago has spent the most money. Besides New York, Chicago has. So Eric, you know, and I'm not saying Eric is not going to have his day, but I don't personally, as of right now, I don't see it happening before Johnson. I don't see it happening before Brandon Johnson. I just don't.
Well, yeah, well, you hit the nail right on the head. And right when you was talking just a minute ago, something came to my mind. It's like, okay, all right, the other two guys, those are white dudes, and they're Asian girls, that little Asian chick. Mm-hmm. So, you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna come after them first. Mm-hmm. They're gonna go after Brandon Johnson, and they're gonna go after Eric Adams first. And I mean, it's like they neglected. It's like they never watched a scary movie before. They always kill off the black people first.
Yep.
So for some odd reason, it's like, and that's the crazy thing. They the ones that run the fastest in the movie, but they still somehow they get caught and they get killed. And it's like, no, instead of using Brandon Johnson, you silly Negro, you just walk right towards the damn. We walk right towards the danger. Mm-hmm. You wanted to be a cowboy, so here we go. Now you at the show. You on the main screen like you wanted to be. Yeah, I don't feel nothing. So.
I don't either. I appreciate that, and you absolutely correct about it. Michelle Wu, she's an Asian. Plus, do y'all know she brought her newborn baby to the hearing? Did y'all know that?
I'd lock her ass up too.
And then she wanted to get up. I got to nurse my baby. Her husband was there, so that was a sympathy play. So she's not. They gonna have sympathy on her. She's an Asian. They gonna have sympathy on Mike. He's white. The most I could see is if they might not win an election. If they might not win an election, but as you can, that's not what they're trying to get Johnson locked up. They're trying to get Adams locked up. They're not really
Oh, they
trying to
gonna
get
get his
Michelle
uppity
Wu
ass.
locked up. They're not really trying to get Mike Johnston locked up. Maybe we might not want you to be mayor, but we don't want to see you behind bars now. We ain't gonna do you like that. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, they gonna get him. Oh, they coming for Brandon Johnson hard.
Yeah.
They coming for him. They gonna get him too. I hope so.
Yeah.
But yep, I'll land there.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. That's my brother. Tell it like it is. Shout out to the Cali family. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 720. You're on live. What is your name and where you calling from?
Hey, D1 salute, Afro Elite, to the chat and everybody watching. I'm Justin Paris. I'm calling out of Denver.
What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, I ran against that clown Johnston. I ran against him and several other clowns in 2023. For those that don't know, I ran for mayor of Denver, Colorado in 2023, and they put in about 20 people. And the only reason why Johnston won the race is because Bloomberg gave him $6 million during the runoff between him and the white broad, Kelly Bruff. So that's the only reason why he became the mayor. And also the previous mayor, old Hancoon, that's what I call him, but Hancock, he's the one that came up with the sanctuary city status for the city back when Trump was in his first term. And it was a response to what Trump was doing with the Muslim ban and all of that. So Johnston, you said that you was willing to go to jail behind these illegal immigrants, so it's time that you show and prove. Lock his ass up, lock Brandon Johnson up, sitting up here taping for the migrants, taking away our Black SBA's spots, community spots, and putting these illegals up in brand new homes that our SBAs can't get in, and they're sleeping on the streets. They are unhoused as a result of this madness and chaos. And Eric Adams, you went against the Democrats. They put some charges up on you. So now you got to reap what you sow. You need to go to jail too. You spent how many billions on illegal immigrants, and then have the curiosity to fly down to Colombia, telling them, hey, y'all need to stop coming here. Went down to the border, hey, y'all need to stop coming to New York. Y'all need to stop coming to NYC. So now y'all got to read what you sow. And Michelle Wu, just because you got a baby, that don't mean they ain't gonna lock y'all up too. But I agree with the previous caller. They're gonna prioritize Johnson and Eric Adams. They're not gonna really press the issue on Johnson. Like the brother said, he might lose in 2027 because that's when our next election is. But besides that, they ain't gonna lock his ass up. And Eric Adams better report Democrats. You better get off the Democratic plantation because they already let you know what their true colors are. You better try to get up on Trump's good side. And you see how they're asking me questions about did Trump offer you a partner or not? Because I watched the whole thing. I streamed it on my platform. So I'm gonna land my plane there. Make sure y'all check out Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook with a double C. I appreciate all the work that the New Black Media is doing. You included, Afro Elite. B1 to the family.
B1, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, like we saying, they ain't lacking. They want out of what I've known, and I've been tracking this story since the very beginning, since Lori Lightfoot, since Biden first started letting the buses coming over here and the migrants coming over here. They want Brandon Johnson. If they can only get one person, if they get Brandon Johnson, they might let the rest go. Adams, like I said, Adams still might see his day. It might not even be for sanctuary cities. It might be for something totally different. They not really, the Republicans at least, ain't really pressed on Adams like that. Okay. But they want Johnson. Oh, they want Johnson. They want Johnson bad. Let me get to some of the cash apps the super chats real quick. William, my brother William says, is there a lawyer in the house? I gotta see about the context of that. You gotta in the chat room real quick. What is the was there a lawyer there? They bought lawyers. They did bring lawyers there with them, even though you couldn't tell. Antithesis is Mayor Elite. Got a ring to it. Got a ring to it. I like it. I like it. My sister Hannah says, sends $100 super chat. Says, I really like your glasses. You're looking a lot like Malcolm X. Keep up the good work, Afro Elite. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you so very much, beloved. Thank you. I adore my family. I really do. Let me get to these callers. I know y'all got a lot to say. Call lines piling up. Come on, y'all call in. We having family time. Next caller from area code 313. You're on live. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Next caller. Hey, how you doing? This is William. I'm calling in to say about the.
Well, hold on. Where are you calling from, brother?
I'm calling in from North Hollywood, California.
Right.
And as a citizen out here, I've seen it firsthand the damage of what a sanctuary city can do. And it's very damaging to the Black community. You've seen Compton go from being a predominantly Black town to now the Latinos, and they out here, the Asians, everybody look at us like you're crazy when you walk down the street just getting out your car, going about your business.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing I want to see is, when I say there's a lawyer in the house, I want to know, is there any way we can file lawsuits and start going charges and make sanctuary cities illegal, period? Let's cut it off at the base. Because I understand that there's rules and regulations and laws already on the books to say that this cannot go. So if this is the case, there should be lawyers that file charges and get rid of this and say this is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we need to, let's get racist Ed Bloom. Where is he at to complain about this kind of stuff? Because it started out, a lot of it I've seen started out here in San Francisco with Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, Mrs. Love, and especially with Willie Brown. They're the ones who did the sanctuary city stuff. They did it. Just say, we're going to be a sanctuary city. We're going to be a sanctuary city. There was no discussion. It wasn't voted on. It was just declared. And I would like to see it undeclared across the board. Make it a federal law that you cannot have sanctuary city. You can't be a sanctuary state. And we need to make sure that there are punitive measures on the books for anybody that tries this. And as for these mayors, after seeing the damage it does, I have no pity. I don't have any hatred, but I think the punishment should come without remorse, without pity. Just, you need to be punished. And if that requires jail time, because that's the only way these people are going to get the message. Power, we only respect power. And people that have the ability to punish these folks, they need to be punished for this. And then after then somebody will start taking it serious. Oh shit, they're not playing. We better not do this no more. We better start changing things, especially with our governor out here, crazy gruesome Newsom, who was promoting this trans stuff. And now that somebody else is crazy is in power, he's backpedaling. He was on with Charlie Kirk today talking about how he's going to put an end to this, or that he's not completely for it as far as them playing sports. But that's enough on that. I'm going to land my plane there. And thank y'all and have a great day.
Thank you, brother. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a good point. Shout out to my good brother William. Thank you, brother.
Anytime.
Yeah. Callers, call in. Please make sure that you guys have your speakers off. You can listen on the phone. Don't have me on the TV or a laptop or whatever the case is. Because we hear the background noise. So we don't need no background noise. It kind of throws the show off a little bit. It throws the program off. I will say though, what we can have lawyers look into a referendum of the sanctuary city status of these cities. Now, I can't say Chicago's referendum is going to be the same as New York or that going to be the same as Boston. So you would have to look it up and see exactly how you would repeal the city being a sanctuary city. It can be done, but you would have to look that up, and then you would have to get enough people organized to get behind that. Because you probably might have to get petitions signed or all of that, boo up the bam. But you have to look it up. But it can be done. It can be done. Next caller from area code 2 1209. You're on live. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Okay, this is Shabaka Sankora with Front Line Blacc News. I appreciate you there, Afro Elite. I've been trying to make contact with you for the longest, man. I'm calling from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, so what it is, man, is that we got to show up our own businesses. I want to see Brandon Johnson. I want to see him over there in Statesville Penitentiary. I want to see Gruesome Newsome out here in San Quentin. And the orange dude is doing exactly what he stated that he was doing, man, getting rid of the DEI with diversity, equity, inclusion, the best thing to happen for Black business. The reason being is because we will not be held by those standards, man, hiring our own people who want to go up there and escape gang lives out of Los Angeles, out of Chicago, out of New York. So Brandon Johnson, yeah, I want to see him fall. Eric Adams, I want to see him fall. I want to see that bald-headed genie over there locked up in the New York County jail. I want to see Eric Adams there down there in Statesville throw his butt in the Cook County jail today. Do it today. You see what I mean? It's because these Black politicians, man, is selling us down the tubes, and then old Gruesome Newsome is going to sit up there about these transgenders. Oh, well, this is a situation of fairness. First place, don't no man got no business in no women's sports, particularly the contact sports like boxing and what have you. And I most definitely want to give a shout out to the Madam Champion, the greatest woman of all time, Clarissa Shields. You know what I mean? She's awesome. She's great. She's beautiful. But these crooked Black politicians like London Bridge, she lost her job in Sacramento. The mayor of Oakland, Shane Tahu, she got arrested, you know, by the feds. She belongs in jail. The Oakland, California man is totally blighted, and then the legacy that has came from there. And also, too, Afro Elite, you know, I did communicate with you, man. I think it was either on Tweety Bird or whatever. And you said to inbox you, and I did. You know what I mean? And get with us on Frontline Blacc News, man, and get with my colleague there, Jesse Parrish, you know what I'm saying? Because he's the co-executive producer of Shabaka's Black Expense that we had on Blog Talk, but it folded. So we're moving to a new platform. You see what I mean? And we're on StreamYard, man, and most definitely get with us, man. You know what I'm saying?
You communicated with me on Twitter, right? You DM me on Twitter?
Yes. Yes, sir. You know, it was a while.
Did I respond to it? Did I respond to it?
Okay, no, you did, man. I think you was tied up that day, man. Okay. But the handle is on Twitter.
People, okay, send me another one.
Yeah, go ahead.
At the top of the list, so I can see it, because I'll be getting a bunch of stuff, trolls. People.
Oh yes, I get them too.
So you can kind of be at the top of the list, and so I can look at it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then keep in mind, man, keep up the great work you're doing, man. You know, hey, make them angry, man. Hit them where it hurts. You know what I'm saying? Because the day of the Yassa boss is over. The day of Uncle Remus, man, and Uncle Tim Sky, zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. That's whack, man. You know what I'm saying? That's whack, because we are a great, great people after all. It was a Black man that discovered the city of Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Okay. And then also too, and of course, you know, man, how they used to sell our people, man, on Wall Street, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, doing slaves. They used to take our people and sell them on Wall Street, you know, right there where that stock market exchange is. You see what I'm saying? And never, well, you know, when these people of these other persuasions come out there and vent their hatred toward us, man, you know what I'm saying? And whatnot. There's an old saying from South Central LA, man. I grew up in Los Angeles, but I was born in Cook County. I was born in Chicago, but as a child, I moved out to LA. And there's an old saying in South Central LA, brother, never apologize for how you honestly feel.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate you, brother. So I'm gonna go on and let you go, man. So I see that you're busy, man. So please get with us, man, when you can. And a shout out there, you know, to the brother there, man, who was on there previously, man. I want to see Brandon Johnson walk the concrete. I want to see that bald-headed genie Eric Adams crash and burn as well too. Want to see him walk the concrete. You see what I mean? I've been doing something for everybody else. I've been giving these daggone migrants, man, debit cards for $5,000-$6,000 on.
Don't forget to send me that don't forget to send me that email or that tweet that updated, so you can be at the top of the list.
Sir.
I don't have to be searching for you. All right. Well, I appreciate your call.
Yes,
brother.
sir. Okay, and I appreciate it. Yes, sir. And thank you, sir. All righty. Okay. Take care. Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's get you caller from area code 747. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, it's Shay calling out of LA.
Shay
Thanks for
from
having
LA.
me on, man.
That rhymes. You got bars, brother? I'm just kidding.
Nah, man, we out here appreciate your show and stuff, and I just wanted to say that the whole thing with Eric Adams, it was Biden was giving him money when everything first popped off with the immigrants, and people didn't know it, but they were flying people from Texas to New York, and Biden them stopped giving him the money, and that's when he turned against it, because he's like, well, you leaving all of us to foot this bill, and so when it started coming down to it, and the Republicans started putting in things where that you couldn't cheat in the election, you couldn't have all these illegal people voting, because like they just wanted to send ballots out to everybody, and everybody could just mail in a ballot like it was COVID or whatever. And so when they saw that wasn't going to work out, they stopped giving Eric Adams the money. And unlike the people of Chicago, Eric Adams was like, no, New York can't pay for all these people to be here all this time in these, 5-star apartments, 5-star hotels and things like that. And that's when he kind of bailed on it, because they cut the money out. But the people in Chicago, I don't know what Biden told them, and the other mayors who kept going along with it. I don't know exactly what they were told or what they were given or whatever, but they kept pressing the people. But Eric Adams was the only one who actually said, nah, you said you send me federal money. And that's what they're not talking about. Just like Trump is flying the criminal migrants, he's flying them out. They were flying migrants in the same way, but nobody talked about it. I was like, how is this not news? They just flying people in from different places and saying that they're seeking asylum, and it was, it got way out of hand, man. But I'm gonna let other people get on. Thank you for having me, brother.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. So, brother from LA, we got some, California's representing tonight. I appreciate that. That's, shout out to California. I'm gonna say this before we get to the next caller. Do you guys understand how much gas it takes to fill a school bus? Let's just think about this for 1 second. 1 second, y'all. Do you understand how much gasoline it takes to fill up a school bus? However much you think, because it costs a lot more to fill up a school bus than it does to fill up your car or 2 cars or 3 cars. Like, okay, let's a school bus. Imagine filling up 10 school buses. Imagine filling up 10 school buses and having those school buses drive all the way across the country from Texas to New York, from Texas to Chicago, from Texas to Boston and to Denver. Imagine how much money that's going to take. If we did that one time, imagine how much money it would take for us to pull that off if we only did it once. Now imagine doing that consistently throughout the whole year. Imagine every single day you're sending dozens of buses to these cities. Imagine how much money it just takes to transport them. Not even flying. We're not even calculating the flight. Imagine that. Well, they tell us that America doesn't have enough money to pay reparations. Caller from area code 706. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on, Afro Elite? My name is Kevin Bowman. I'm calling from Augusta, Georgia.
Kevin from Georgia. What's on your mind, brother?
My question is, with this whole flying these migrants in and giving them all these resources, what was the end game for this? Like, were they trying to replaced us, or like if they're giving away all our resources, putting them in the neighborhoods and the shelters and stuff in Chicago and giving them free housing and voting, what was the end game? Like in the next 20 years, let's just say we keep it Democratic, were they trying to get rid of us, or were they trying to like that? That's just that's the part that's just puzzling me. Just seeing this, I'm just like, what was the end game for all of this? What is the reason? And I think they need maybe do some investigation on, is there some kind of money being paid out or something? Like, why is Brandon Johnson and some of the other ones so gung-ho on these migrants? Like, what are they getting from this? Like, it has to be, usually when you see something like this, there's some kind of money involved. Mm-hmm. And I remember I was watching one of the town hall meetings in Chicago a while back, and I remember one of the constituents saying that Brandon Johnson and some of them flew down to Venezuela or somewhere, and some kind of deal was made or something. But I think that they need to look into why this is happening and what's fueling this to begin with. Because I feel like we're almost like a treasonous type thing is going on. Because I'm really like this was my first time voting Republican. I've just always been a staunch Democrat because my family, whatever, and you know, especially down here in the South, it's basically all Democratic, at least in the cities anyway, except for the rural areas. But when I saw what was happening, I said, there's just no way that I could vote for the Democratic Party seeing this. I mean, it almost just seems like they're trying to change the country or something. Like, you know what I mean? But that's the question that's just been in my mind this whole time. Every time I'm watching Brandon Johnson, it's like he's like a robot or something. I mean, there's nothing that's gonna change his mind. There's something fueling this. Something is. He has some motivation for doing this, for bankrupting the city, and the same people that put him in power, the black community that really stomped for him and voted for him after that fiasco with Lori Lightfoot. It's like he's seriously motivated for some reason with these migrants, and I really want to know. I want to get to the underside of all of this. Like, what exactly is going on? Who's paying you? There's some money laundering or something going on somewhere. And I land my plane there.
Yeah, hey, that's a good question. Questions we gotta ask.
Yeah,
gotta ask these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
To answer that real quick, to answer your question before you go, real quick. I think it's multiple things that they assumed that they were going to accomplish. It was multiple things. First off, if they get in and then they push this voting rights thing or whatever, that essentially neutralizes the threat of the black vote. So right now they're dealing with a couch problem. They don't have to deal with the couch problem if they have a new base. This is something that the Democratic Party has been trying to do for the longest time. They've been trying to come up with a new base. Foundation of Black Americans, we have been the base of the Democratic Party. Yet now we're starting to really wake up, and we're not a reliable base for them anymore. So now they need a more reliable base. So they're bringing that in. That's one point. Another point is that they need cheap labor. Okay. They need the people to be working on the farms real cheap. They need the people to be working in the hotels and the factories and all of that stuff super, super cheap. They need that cheap labor, so they have that. And immigration has been an issue for a while. Another point, and this is all of these are points, and all of these things add up now to which degree is the greatest, that can be debated. Another point is that, and this is something Biden has said, white European population is dying in America. Okay, their numbers are plummeting. They are not reproducing more than they are dying off. They have a flat rate. That means in the future years, there's going to be less and less and less and less white people. So what they need, this is something the system of white supremacy has always done, is what they need is they need a new level of immigrants. They need a new wave of immigrants to come in, and then they indoctrinate them and allow them to classify as white. That's what they did with the Irish. That's what they did with the Greek. That's what they did with the Polish. That's what they did with the Italians. That's what they're going to do with a lot of the southern borders. Okay. So there's a number of reasons, and then there's probably a lot that we don't know of, a lot of corruption that they might have, some type of underhanded deal with another country or something like that, that maybe as of right now we don't know. But it seems like there could be a lot of reasons, and maybe it might be all of them.
Yeah. And another thing too, I was just thinking while you were talking, I'm starting to notice a pattern with a lot of our black politicians. Like, I'm glad that everybody's paying attention to like this Jasmine Crockett and some of these other people. It's like, and don't get me wrong, I'm 100% for my people, for my black people, but it's to the point now, for a while, I don't even want to see a black politician right now. It just seems like all of them are corrupt. All of them are compromised in some type of way. Yeah. And I don't know if we just easily duped, or maybe we need to start vetting who we put up to represent us better. Yeah. I don't know. But I land my plane there. Yeah.
You're 100% correct. Yeah, we do. As far as, to be honest, the black politician kind of gives me a red flag just automatically. Just because I know in order to get in those rooms, you damn sure got to be a sellout. It's 9 times out of 10 if you in the room, you a sellout. That's the only way they even allow you to get in the room. So, but
right. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. You take care, man.
You too. Shout out to Kevin. Appreciate that. And I appreciate the callers who's waiting. I appreciate your patience. I really do. I know it's been kind of long with some of the callers, but I appreciate your patience. So thank you. Caller from area code 251. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi again. This is Thomas from Atmore. I grew up in the 70s and in Watts. Well, they call it South Central now, but they used to call it Watts. And I saw the beginnings of I call it the illegal alien invasion. They started coming in slowly. I went to Locke High School back in the day, and they started slowly coming in. And like I said, the politicians, they were bending over backwards to accommodate them, especially the Democrat Party. The Republican Party was doing the same, but not to the extent of the Democrat Party. That is their agenda. Open borders, massive Hispanic illegal alien invasion. And my school, Locke High School, is now a Mexican. Well, my neighborhood is now a Mexican neighborhood. I used to call it an illegal alien neighborhood now. And that's pretty much been unofficial. U.S. policy is open borders for Hispanic illegal aliens.
Yeah, that's dangerous, and that needs to stop. That's a problem, and that needs to stop.
It is, yeah.
I'm glad that it took us too long. But I'm so very glad that we got off this black and brown minority, people of color stuff. I'm so glad. Because if we were still on that, we'd be doomed.
You're right about that.
We'd be doomed.
Oh, that's horrible.
If we were still on that.
That is disgusting. Oh, and the gentleman that just spoke, he got one major point right. Is I always say 99.9% of black politicians are useless, good-for-nothing sellouts. They do absolutely nothing for black American citizens. They don't care about us. They're there for their own good and for their party agenda, like Jasmine Crockett, Raphael Warnock, Brandon Johnson. They're all a dime a dozen. They all are sellouts. And I can't think of any black politician that works for black American people.
We have no representation. Right now, you can't think of any of them. Old, young, male, female, can't think of nobody.
I remember back in Los Angeles, we had Mayor Tom Bradley back in the day. And Tom Bradley, he was pretty quiet. He didn't really say a whole lot. When he finally said something about the Rodney King verdict, they finally got him out of there. But he was also, part of that's Democrat Party stuff, Hispanic illegal invasion. That's their party agenda. Mm-hmm. And, one thing about black people have, it frustrates me to see so many black people voting Democrat. The Republicans aren't much better. But the Democrat Party begs us for our votes, and they use our votes to bring in massive numbers of illegal aliens, to support LGBTQ, to support all kinds of stuff that destroy the country and destroy black neighborhoods. And black people keep running to vote for these people. And they don't care anything for us at all.
Yep.
And that's very frustrating. Well, one more thing, just a side note, I called about Captain Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso. I sent you some email about it, and one lady, she called in about that, and she said that he was colonized by Russia. That's not true. He is making real big things happen in Burkina Faso. He loves his people, and the whole country is being turned around. It was one of the poorest countries in Africa.
Every time you call in, you're gonna talk about that. Every time you call in, okay.
I'm sorry. I hate to.
I'm telling you, every time you talk about it, I'm trying to do this for you because every time you talk about them, you get drugged in the chat room. I don't know if you like it or not, but you get drugged every single time you talk about them. I'm warning you. I'm all like, yeah, I ain't gonna stop you. But the chat room be checking you.
I just want people to know.
I don't know.
Well, just tell them to check out Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso. And he's done some amazing things in Africa for his people.
Okay.
And like I said, I wish we had black politicians here that cared about us like that, and we don't.
Oh, I see Angelica Lena in the chat room right now, bro. You better hang up. You better stop, brother. All right, they're coming for you now. You shouldn't have did that. All right, it's okay. They're gonna get you every time.
Thank you, sir. Y'all take care.
All right, but thank you for that, brother. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you now. Bye now.
All right. Hey, the chat room don't be playing. The chat room do not be playing. Caller from area code 657. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Afro Elite? Hey, this is D from Cali. Yeah, hey, Afro Elite, man. Yeah, see, I've been born and raised in LA County my whole life. And from the previous callers, from what they saying, bro, I'm going to give it to you raw. Like, all those black politicians and mayors in LA ever in history have all been sellouts, bro. Have all been on the take for the Democratic Party, bro. They ain't had no interest in reviving the black communities in Los Angeles County. They didn't give a damn, bro. They didn't give a damn back then when the Rodney King riots happened, the Watts riots happened, none of that, bro. Now, a lot of older callers from Los Angeles have called in. And to tell you the truth, Afro Elite, that's why I'm going to tell you why I'm going to give Chicago props, bro. Is because a lot of the people, the brightest in LA, you know what I'm saying, the ones that, you know, are a little higher on the hill, they got their money and they moved out of Los Angeles. And none of them attended no PTA meetings, no community meetings, or nothing like that, man. They just got their sacks, man, and moved on to like Riverside or moved on to Vegas or moved on somewhere else. They left LA abandoned, bro, which the younger generation had to pick up all the pieces, bro. That's the honest, hard truth. It's a lot of sellouts going on, bro. We just vote on symbolism back in the day. So if it was a black person running for mayor, we didn't give a damn if they was working with the white supremacists, bro. Oh, put him in office. And then we get what we got now, an influx of, see, because what y'all got going on in Chicago now, bro, we've seen this before. We've seen this before with Chief Bernard Parks. Like he said, Tom Bradley, Maxine Waters. You know what I'm saying? The same thing Brandon Johnson trying to do, trying to throw y'all under the bus, bro. Hurry up and get that Jack Fool. Somebody needs to do him like they did. They tried to attempt Trump off on the rooftop, bro. Because he real detrimental to the black community in Chicago, bro. Now, we would have known
just to pause real quick. I just wanted to be known that the thoughts and opinions of the callers do not necessarily reflect the thoughts and opinions of the host. Got to let that be known for YouTube. Nor does the host or the callers condone any violence for any politician or anybody. But I just want this to be known for the YouTube platform.
I apologize for that.
But
man,
yeah,
man, I apologize, but I'm just pissed off, man, because I'm born and raised in LA County, bro, and I lived all over and all different type of cities in LA County, bro, and South Central and all that, bro. And I've seen the hypocrisy that's been on in my whole 40 years, bro, of living out here, bro. So I know it's all cap, man. It's all that. Everybody is, and Gavin Newsom and all that, man, they work for the cartel, man. You understand what I'm saying? To bring illegal immigrants to work on their little private farms and their little private corporations, bro. Right, and you know they got a little underhand. It's real crooked out here in California, man. I know you heard it before, Afro Elite.
Yeah.
So what the other callers were saying, yeah, man, it's a lot of funny style stuff going on, man. And migrants always been here, but now this is just ridiculous. They was trying to create a voting block to where our vote don't count because they knew that, you know, we can't keep ignoring the black community because they're asking for stuff now. So, you know, we're gonna have to, you know, see if we can, blend their vote in or weed them out. And, you know, we caught what's going on just in time, man. But I respect what y'all doing because y'all pressing this and y'all in the meetings. It's just in Los Angeles County, man. Them people back in the day, they just wasn't in them meetings like they supposed to, like y'all do. But be one.
Be one, brother. Thank you. Appreciate your call. Hey, yeah, but you know, hopefully Chicago setting an example for other people to step up and other communities to really like get their stuff going, get their ball going. Caller from area code 708. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Bonnie, and I'm from Chicago, Inglewood.
Bonnie from Chicago.
How are you?
Doing?
Yeah, that makes sense. 20. Makes a lot of sense. No, yeah, I forgot we had to fall forward or spring forward. Shout out to Afro Elite, bro. Let's come on his platform. So we're going to go back into the sanctuary city mirrors.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important thing you do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get the stream started. Let's get it moving because I am most definitely in a rush tonight. As you all know, today was the committee hearing on sanctuary cities. There's a lot of clips going on around there showing these sanctuary city mayors being exposed, being hypocrites, and just being outright dishonest. I addressed one of those clips today concerning Byron Donalds and his line of questioning and how he made Brandon Johnson, the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, look quite silly and look quite foolish. And a lot of the congressmen and women pointed out the fact that Brandon Johnson has a 6.6 approval rating. Nancy Mace is going to show that as well and poke fun at him about that as well. But concerning all of the line of questioning that we saw today, right? Concerning all of this, I felt that Nancy Mace actually gave the best line of questioning out of everyone because she asked a series of very simple yes or no questions. And then the fact that these mayors can't answer simple yes or no questions just really highlighted once again the dishonesty of these people and how dangerous they are to their city as well as how dangerous they are to the country as well. I understand that they're politicians and a politician can't always answer a yes or no question because they may be running for office, let's say like Mayor Eric Adams in New York, who was extremely disappointing during this line of questioning because he wasn't answering anything. So I get it. At times, they just can't simply answer yes or no because it will be used as ammo against them. But the thing is this, as it pertains to being on the right side of history, as it pertains to mass deportation in America being approved to the rate of 60% as it pertains to the citizen population. American citizens approve mass deportation to the tune of 60%, right? That's a majority ruling in the United States. When we're talking about being on the right side of history concerning mass deportation and illegal immigration, the line of questioning that Nancy Mace is going to deliver to these mayors, to which all that's needed is a simple yes or no answer. The fact that you just can't answer yes or no and be on the right side of history when it comes to answering these questions correctly, once again, it just speaks volumes to who these people actually are and what they really stand for. So let's get into this right now. Let's look at this foolishness coming from these mayors.
All of the mayors here today are actively working to harm the American people you represent. You all have blood on your hands. I'm going to ask a series of yes or no questions today, and I would like to remind all of you, you are under oath. I only want a yes or a no to my questions. My first question, do you acknowledge breaking into our country as a crime? Mayor Adams, yes or no? Do you acknowledge breaking into our country as a crime?
I acknowledge.
Yes or no?
I acknowledge.
Okay, Honorable Johnson, he's not going to answer the question. Yes or no? Is breaking into our country against the law? Yes or no?
Depends how you cross the border.
Okay,
Some folks
Mayor
have
Johnson,
status.
yes or no?
Comprehensive immigration reform policies are what's necessary in this
Mayor Wu,
moment.
do you have a better answer than these gentlemen before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Michelle Wu sold them out. Michelle Wu, Mayor Wu out of Boston sold them out. They all were political with it. Comprehensive reform. Michelle Wu was like, yes. Next question, please. Oh man, she sold them out. She sold them out. But don't worry, she'll fall apart and go back to the regular DNC mode in just a moment.
Do you believe it's acceptable for illegals who commit heinous crimes be released back into the public instead of being detained and deported? Mayor Adams, yes or no?
Anyone break a crime?
Yes or no? This is not hard. Yes or no?
Anyone that break a crime should be detained.
Okay, Mayor, yes or no?
They should be deported.
Okay, Mayor.
Any individual that
Yes or
causes
no?
harm
Yes or
and
no?
breaks
Okay,
the law
Mayor Wu,
should be held accountable.
this is why you have 6% approval rating, because you suck at answering questions. Mayor.
Oh, the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago was getting lit up with that all day today. All day today. Every congressman and congresswoman brought up the fact that Eric Adams, that Brandon Johnson literally has an approval rating in Chicago of 6.6%. I just want to hear that one more time. You suck at questioning.
They should be deported.
Okay, Mayor.
Any individual that
Yes or
causes
no?
harm
Yes or
and
no?
breaks
Okay,
the law
Mayor Wu,
should be held accountable.
this is why you have 6% approval rating, because you suck at answering questions. Mayor Wu, yes or no?
Anyone who's a public safety threat should be prosecuted.
All right, I have my next question. When an illegal alien rapes a woman, do you believe you're on the right side of history? Mayor Adams, yes or no?
Can we say that question?
Okay, Mayor Johnson. When a legal alien rapes a woman, do you believe you're on the right side of history? Yes or no?
I will charge and prosecute them.
Yes or no? Okay, well, okay. You said you would go to jail, didn't you?
I will
For
charge.
harboring illegal aliens or something, Mayor Johnson?
Could you repeat your question, please?
When an illegal alien rapes a woman, do you believe you're on the right side of history?
Could you clarify that question?
Okay, Mayor Wu, yes or no?
No, rape is obviously
Then
horrible.
why are you letting rapists back out onto the streets of Boston?
That is not true. That is
Okay.
not what's happening in
When
Boston.
an illegal alien
That is 100% what's happening in Boston. For those of you who have been subscribed to this channel for any length of period of time, how many articles, how many ICE arrests have we gone through and have I covered where ICE is arresting an illegal immigrant who previously had committed an act of RAPE, violating a woman or child just for them to have been released out onto the streets in Boston, despite an ICE detainer being placed on them and the Boston PD ignoring the ICE detainer. Boston specifically seems to have a very big problem with illegal immigrant criminal aliens that violate women and children, and they are always released out into the street. They catch them and then they release them, and it's left up to ICE to go find them. That is a bold-faced lie from Michelle. We have covered way too many ICE arrests and way too many articles that proves Nancy Mace true concerning what's going on in Boston. But I digress. Let's keep going. And also make sure you hit the like button. That's really important. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group.
Molest a kid. Molest an underage kid. Do you pat yourself on the back for being compassionate?
Let me rewind that back just a little bit so we can hear it better. Thought I had that bleeped out too.
It's not what's happening in
When
Boston.
an illegal alien molests a kid, molests an underage kid, do you pat yourself on the back for being compassionate? Mayor Adams?
It's despicable, and he should be arrested.
Mayor Johnson?
I prosecute folks that commit crimes like that.
You guys let him out on the streets. Mayor Johnson?
We arrest violent criminals in the city of Chicago.
Mayor Wu?
We investigate, arrest, and prosecute.
You guys don't sound very confident today.
They don't. And specifically going back to what Brandon Johnson said, how many of you remember the story that I covered and many other people covered as well, like on Fox News and whatnot, the two illegal immigrant criminal aliens who were arrested for trying to lure a 13-year-old girl into their vehicle in the neighborhood that they lived in. They were trying to lure a 13-year-old little girl into their car. They were arrested for that and released, of course, right? Thank you, Brandon Johnson, just for those two to go out and take the life of a 63, 64-year-old man. How many of you all remember that? These people are despicable.
Would your city honor an ICE detainer on an illegal alien who raped kids if one was issued today? Mayor Adams? Yes or no?
In conformance with law, we will honor detainers.
Mayor Johnson?
If there's a criminal warrant, we'll help them pick them up. If there's no criminal warrant, we'll honor a notification request.
Mayor Johnson?
Criminal warrants, we always cooperate with federal agents with a criminal warrant.
Mayor Wu?
Get a criminal warrant, we will enforce.
I want you to see how disingenuous they're being, because they keep saying with a criminal warrant. When ICE puts out a detainer for an illegal immigrant that any of these police departments have in custody, ICE does not have a criminal warrant out against them, because for them to have a criminal warrant out against them means that they have committed a federal crime. Now, I get it. We all know crossing the border illegally is a federal crime, right? But that doesn't, for some reason, that doesn't equate to having a criminal warrant out for your arrest. So no, none of them have a criminal warrant out for their arrest. When ICE issues a detainer, they simply see in the system, hey, we see that you have a violator of women and a violator of children in your possession. Hold on to them so that we can pick them up. And what do the police departments of all these cities do? They say, no, we're going to release them back to the public again. So they're being very disingenuous, but at the same time being very strategic when they're saying, well, if there's a criminal warrant, they know there is no criminal warrant, but they're releasing these people out into the public anyways, telling ICE, well, hey, catch them if you can.
A criminal warrant. I'm talking about an ICE detainer on an individual who's here illegal who raped kids. Do you all hate Donald Trump more than you love your country, Mayor Adams?
I respect my president. I respect my
yes or
country,
no?
and I
You're having the
respect
hardest time today.
Senate.
Mayor John.
He was having the hardest time. Like I said, Eric Adams really disappointed me today. He really disappointed me today, given the fact that he worked so closely with Tom Homan, concerning, snatching up criminal illegal immigrant aliens. And a lot of people say that Eric Adams has changed his tune concerning illegal immigration. He hasn't changed his tune. He supports sanctuary cities. He's not opposed to sanctuary cities. The cop in him, though, does want to cooperate with ICE to arrest criminal illegal immigrant aliens that are committing crime and get them deported. This is something that he has stood on throughout the entire time that Biden was in office. He has always wanted to make amendments to the sanctuary city laws so that the police can work with ICE. So once again, when you're talking about somebody like Eric Adams, it was really disappointing to see and hear him be political. Like, once again, I get it. he's running for re-election for mayor in New York City. So he's trying not to, I guess, incriminate himself, I guess. But you're literally on the right side of history with what you're doing in New York. So why are you politicizing this, making yourself look bad? He's making himself look. Eric Adams made himself look really bad throughout this line of questioning here. He really looked the worst out of everybody.
Johnston?
I love my country.
Yes or no?
I love my
Okay.
country.
Mayor Johnson?
As the son of a pastor, I love everyone and this country.
Mayor.
Did you hear that? I think that was Nancy Mace. When he, don't you hate when they just like this in a very disrespectful fashion bring God into it? As the son of a pastor, I love everyone. Listen to right when Brandon Johnson said, "As a son of a pastor," you're gonna hear. Listen to this. Listen.
You're having the hardest time today. Mayor Johnston?
I love my country.
Yes or no?
I love my country.
Okay. Mayor Johnson?
As the son of a pastor, I love everyone and this country.
Mayor Will?
I love my country and my city.
Do you all, are you all willing to go to jail for violating federal law? Mayor Adams?
I'm not going to violate federal law, so I don't have to worry about that.
Mayor Johnston?
We don't violate federal law either.
You don't violate federal law.
We do not violate federal
Is it
law.
violating federal law if you don't honor detainer requests from ICE?
Absolutely not. In fact, the statute Congressman Biggs shared, we explicitly follow. The statute says you cannot prohibit city employees from sharing information about someone's status with the government. We do not prohibit that.
Do you love illegal aliens more than you love your fellow countrymen?
I love all the residents of the city and county.
Mayor Johnston, are you willing to go to jail for violating federal law?
The city of Chicago complies with all laws.
Oh, I highly doubt that. Mayor Wu?
We are not violating federal law.
Mayor Wu, I have a last couple questions for you. Do you believe that ICE arresting a child rapist, quote, threatens everyone's safety, end quote? Yes or no?
No.
Does ICE arresting a MS-13 gang member threaten everyone's safety? Yes or no?
No.
I would like to hold up this quote of you where you say ICE's efforts actually threaten the safety of everyone, end quote, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. You're a hypocrite. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Checkmate. Oh, Nancy Mace, AKA Michael Eric Dyson's wannabe girlfriend, because he got caught up sliding in her text messages. He hit her with a checkmate. Once again, man, when you just can't answer yes or no to a line of questioning as simple as this, it just speaks volumes about how dishonest these people are, how hypocritical these people are, like she just exposed Michelle Wu to be, and how much they prioritize illegal immigrants over the citizen population. That question that she asked coming towards the end, do you hate Donald Trump more than you love your country? That was such a good question, because how many times have we discussed that? We discuss it literally every day, honestly. It's every day we talk about this. How these people, they despise Trump so much, the Democrats, that it has put them egregiously out of line with the American people. Because Donald Trump has ran and won an election on common sense. And because their hate for Trump is so strong, they defy common sense at any and all costs. They stand on the complete opposite aisle of common sense just to be opposed to Donald Trump. And if that's what you're doing, that truly goes to show that you hate Donald Trump more than you love your country. These people don't love their country, and not as much as they hate Donald Trump. And I'll leave it with that. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today, man. Shout out to my man Saul coming through as he always does. He said, I tried watching it. Apparently migrants have lowered crime in sanctuary cities. All mayors brought up sob stories instead of deporting criminals, right? They swear up and down, because I've been watching it. It was 6 hours long. So I was watching it on and off throughout the day. And they swear up and down that illegal immigrants are like reducing crime in their cities, which is just crazy. You know, they swear up and down by it without any data to support it. Shout out to my man on Try Genius who said Michael Eric Dyson's sneaky link. Yeah, he tried it. He tried it. And Nancy Mace exposed him. She exposed him for sneaking all in his comment section or sneaking all in her text message as a married man after calling her like a white supremacist racist on CNN. But anyways, like I said, this was a quick show. I just wanted to get this one out the way before the day ends. There's so many clips like this that we can go through. I literally could sit here for literally hours on end if we went through everything that happened at this committee hearing. But like I said, this line of questioning to me, in compared to what everybody else was asking, what everybody else talked about, to me, this was the most important line of questioning. Because like I said, when you just can't answer a simple yes or no question, it just speaks volumes about you, right? So with all that being said, thank you all for joining me today. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Telegram. The link to my Telegram's in the description box below.
Make sure you do
in
this
the
at
comment
Front
section
Line
as
Blacc
well. Thank you all for your time, and I will catch you guys live tomorrow morning. Peace and have a great evening.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, we all know by now that the sanctuary city mayors were testifying before Congress, and it was actually pretty good. And our favorite mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, was up there testifying. I mean, they kind of put him through the ringer. I want to show you an exchange that Mayor Brandon Johnson had when he was being questioned about what is a sanctuary city and what are having sanctuary from. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Mayor Johnson, how about you? How many, according to my records, you have welcomed 51,648 illegal aliens to your sanctuary city. So I'd ask you, sanctuary from what?
If you're referring to the number of individuals that were bused from Governor Abbott without any coordination, the 52,000 individuals that were seeking asylum, those individuals were bused to us. I passed a bus ordinance to work to coordinate with the governor of Texas. He refused to do that. But that transfer of individuals was the result of the governor of Texas, not the result of a welcoming city ordinance.
Welcoming city ordinance. So you're not welcoming these people that came here illegally?
The individuals that were bused to us from the border.
They were not welcome in Chicago? You didn't welcome them? You didn't provide them sanctuary?
So the welcoming city ordinance is pretty straightforward. It allows for our local law enforcement to focus on local policies, and that's why we're seeing a decline in violence.
So you don't care about federal law enforcement policies, only local policies?
We comply with all laws. What I do care about is this body, Washington, passing comprehensive immigration.
So let me ask you this. Chicago residents reported 28,443 violent crimes during 2024 alone. Cases of aggravated assault rising to the highest level in 2 decades. Now, also, state funds, $160 million were issued to illegal alien job assistance shelters in Chicago. You're the mayor of Chicago. Do you think that your residents or the residents of your state should be paying for that more than they should be paying for their own needs, their own roads, their own public safety? I mean, who elected you? The people that came illegally, whether they were sent to you or not, or the people that reside in Chicago? Who elected you? And who do you serve?
The people of Chicago elected me as the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago, and we serve all the residents of the city of Chicago.
Illegal or not, criminal or not. How many of the 662,566 illegal aliens with criminal histories that ICE has reported are now residing in Chicago?
Someone will have to get back with you with that number. I don't keep account
Do you take immigration information from criminals as they're arrested and processed? Do you take immigration information?
Our local law enforcement focuses on getting all violent individuals
do you determine whether they're here legally, what their immigration status is as a function of your justice system?
Gentleman's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mayor.
The Welcome in City ordinance ensures that our local residents communicate and trust local law enforcement to ensure that criminals and crime is being addressed.
So
And
you
that's
have
why
no
violent
idea how many
crime
are relieved.
has
Thank
gone
you,
down
Mr.
in the
Chairman.
city
I'll
of
yield.
Chicago. Thank you very much.
Chair now
Congressman.
recognizes
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Mr.
unanimous
Khanna.
consent request.
Mayor Brandon Johnson just will not answer straightforward questions. And that's the way he is all the time. See, when he's asked a question about sanctuary cities, who you hiding them from, right? And I will keep saying this. If you live in a sanctuary city, you have a great discrimination case because it's discriminatory what they're doing with them. You have people who are homeless in Chicago, but yet you got migrants being put up in shelters while American citizens are being homeless. No. In any country I've ever traveled to, the citizens have way more rights than a foreigner. They let you know that. Do you know in certain countries, the citizens will pay a lower price and the foreigner will pay a higher price? This is what they do in other countries. But yet in this country, the citizen is the one that's going to be on the streets while the foreign national is going to be put up in the shelter. The citizen is going to starve and got to go look for food while the foreign national in Chicago has a good meal. You understand what I'm saying? On top of that, they was giving them money to get their own homes while FBAs wasn't given a dime to get homes. They were putting them up in places to stay and paying 6 months rent. This is what Chicago was doing with foreign nationals, but they wasn't doing that with FBAs in Chicago. They wasn't doing that whatsoever. They was giving the foreign nationals job fairs, but you wasn't giving FBAs job fairs in the city of Chicago that need to work. Oh yes, it is complete discriminatory, completely. And that's what the citizens have to really, and the residents of that city have to be upset about and say, no, this sanctuary city crap is not going to fly. We need federal law passed where it bans sanctuary cities nationwide. You can't be a sanctuary city for foreign nationals. Sorry. If you're going to have refuge for the citizen. And then what are you having refuge for them for? Right? Because it was truly a sanctuary city, then it'd be a sanctuary for all people, not just foreign nationals. People who swinging a foreign flag and who are more dedicated to their homeland than here. Is coming here to take from America. Because what they do, they get money and they send back to their home countries, to their families. That's what they do. And what I'm telling all of you, that this sanctuary city thing got to come to a head. Democrats should be losing elections behind sanctuary cities. If you don't send a message to the Democrats in the midterms that sanctuary cities won't be tolerated, they're going to continue to do it. And sanctuary cities do not benefit FBAs at all. We have no benefit because we're not immigrants. How did that benefit us? It is okay to vote in your FBA interests. And we don't vote political party, we vote policy. And the sanctuary cities is not a policy for us that we should be going along with. Now, if a Republican wants to get in there and get rid of sanctuary cities, hey, I'll vote for the Republican then. Doesn't make you a Republican. But say, hey, I'm going to vote for that because that's a policy that's going to benefit. The Republican is going to come in and say, hey, I'm closing all these people. They got it. When I get in there, they gone. They gone day one. And if anybody going to stay in these shelters, going to be our residents in this city. Then you go with the Republican. That's how they talking. Them aldermen that you have in Chicago, get rid of them. If they're talking all that immigration talk in sanctuary city, get them on out of there. Y'all have to start showing up in these local elections to like y'all did, like they did with Tiffany Henyard. They voted her out, right? Same thing with the alderman in Chicago. Same thing with Brandon Johnson. He only have a 6% approval rating, so he's probably gonna be out of there anyway. He probably is. But Brandon Johnson can't answer anything. He's scripted. He can't really think on his own. He can't. I think all this is too much for Brandon Johnson because he wasn't a career politician. There's a lot on Brandon Johnson right now. The man was sick not too long ago because there's a lot of stress and pressure on him. That's why. But Brandon Johnson, he really needs to stop following these Democrat policies and really think. He was over there with Mayor Adams. He should have pulled Mayor Adams to the side and said, Mayor Adams, like, you know, hey, I see what you did. Like, man, what's going on? I ain't trying to have a problem. And holler at Mayor Adams. That's when you should have hollered at. You're right there next to him. Shoot, I mean, he can turn, if he say he's not popular, he could turn that around if he go along with what the people want. He could turn that around. He could, but he doesn't want to because he's still thinking that he got a future in the Democrat Party. Then voters get you out of there, you won't have a future in the Democrat Party. It's just that simple. If you can't be good, if you can't do good for your people in your city, then you can't do good nowhere. That's just really what it is. A mayor should always seek to do good in their city. Because they'll be your biggest supporters when it's time for you to run for, state rep, Congress, Senate, or if you want a presidential run. Well, at least they can say, hey, he took care of this city. He did right by us. That's the report you want. But you don't want people saying, man, this dude is horrible. You don't want that because you'll never get in office again. But Brandon Johnson and all these sanctuary city mayors, y'all need to tear that mess up. Because the American people, they're not for that no more. All these sanctuary cities. No, these people have to go back to their homeland, go work that stuff out. They say they're so much hard working. Hey, well, go show us how to hard work over there. We don't need no more hard workers here. We got enough people here to work. Trust me, we do.
Welcome to the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism.
I am Dr. Natasha Blanton.
And I'm Mark Blanton and the owners. And we have amazing packages coming to Johannesburg. Everything we do is 5-star. Everything is private. And what else, Tasha?
Everything we do is exclusive and made just for you.
So all I can say is go to our website, therealsouthafrica.com. We'll see you here.
Make sure you pick up my 2 books that's in Amazon right now. The first one is Passive Aggressive Racism and the System of White Supremacy. And I talk about in that particular book how the system of white supremacy really runs on our daily lives here in America. In our latest book, 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind, we go through those steps to try to deprogram you from the system of white supremacy. Make sure you can pick up those books on Amazon.com.
Introducing the African Diaspora News Channel app, your gateway to stories that's overlooked by the corporate mainstream media.
At African Diaspora News Channel, we cover stories that don't receive mainstream attention, and we serve as the voice to the global Black community. We are committed to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African diaspora one story at a time.
With our platform, we're helping to end injustice by exposing it.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
Peace, family. My name is Vicki Diller for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're so pleased that you are with us today. Family, as you come in, I have a little bit of a ritual. As you come in, be sure to come in giving us a big thumbs up, thumbs up. Be sure to like and be sure to share. You may ask, well, Vicki, why do you ask us to do that early on? That way, in modern media, social media in particular, it hopefully will help to activate the algorithm and send out notifications. And how many of you all know that's so important that we are active and proactive in generating support for messages and narratives that matter to us? Yes, and you get to participate in that. Thank you so very much. Family, I want to have a very, very important and an insightful discussion about the direction of this country and this government Now, particularly one very powerful wing of this U.S. government is the Democrat Party. Why am I saying a very powerful wing of the U.S. government? And why am I saying it in context to us? Because our people, Black people, foundational Black Americans in particular, however you want to label yourself, have given power to the Democrat Party for nearly 3 generations. Are y'all hearing me today? Close to 60 some odd years, we have been giving support to a group of people that have done very little to nothing for us. Talk black to me, somebody. How many of you all understand that this is very important? That when you give power to a group, to a political party in particular, to change your condition, and they use the access and the power that you give them to give tangibles and assistance, substantive, tangible assistance, physical assistance to others and not you, you've got to change things up. That is exactly what many of us did during this past election when we said, hey, we've been voting, year after year, decade after decade, generation after generation. So some of you that's out there that's telling us that if we don't vote, we don't count. If we don't vote, we're not getting reparations. No, baby, you got to use your head. If we've been voting for 60 years and we don't have reparations now, how could you jump to a logical and reasonable conclusion that we're going to get it now when the Democrats told us, no, they're not. And we've been voting for all those years. You see how your mind is not, something's not matching up, right? You see how something might just actually be wrong with the upper northern region of your head, of your body constitution. You see how that doesn't make any sense? How many of you all know that sometimes abstention is a strategy or a tactic in this case? It doesn't mean it's long term, and it doesn't mean we use it every single time. How many of you all know it's very effective for us to vote, for example, even in local politics, because it has a different sort of effect? Yes? So you don't get to question us about anything around here. We move the way we move. Now, with that being said, the Democrat Party is a party that tried to silence their most faithful voting bloc, Black Americans, right? Now, when we started to fight back, when we started to get seriously politically engaged for the past several years, going to multiple meetings, y'all retaliated against us, yes? You ignored us. You lied on us. You silenced us. How many of y'all saw my broadcast that I did yesterday where I reminded you all through footage that Joy Reid used her platform, for example, one of many examples in 2019, where she specifically targeted and called out foundational Black Americans, and she brought on the guests and stuff, and they basically said that we was bots. They referred to us at different times as Russian bots. Remember, they called us so-called. They acted like we didn't exist. Now, how many of y'all know we actually existed because they lost the presidency, they lost the Senate, and they lost the House of Representatives? How many of y'all know that's proof that we exist? At the end of the day, all this chit-chatting and talking. Now, I know they saw voices like mine out there on a regular basis. So if they wanted to hear from us and our demands, how many of y'all know that Joyless Reid could have brought me on and I could have explained it? But how many of you all know they're part of the establishment? They're the false prophets for different parties, so they want to silence you and act like you don't exist. So because they know that you're powerful, they fear your influence, they just simply pretend like you don't exist until you take over. So that's why we use alternative forms of media, family, to get our message out there. And that is the very reason why they don't like it, because we're being very effective by engaging directly with you using alternative forms of media. Yes? And that's why your support is so very important. Now that I've said all that, as an extension of us calling out the Democrat Party and trying to get them to understand their utter and absolute betrayal of Black folks, and to some degree other faithful Democrats, the more we keep trying to tell the Democrats to look at why you lost, why you sustained humiliating losses in all of the 3 major levels of powers in the U.S. government, the Democrats keep lying. They decide to be delusional and stay in a state of denial. You understand? So Stephen A. Smith, how many of y'all know Stephen A. Smith? Stephen A. Smith is not somebody that I go to as an authority on nothing. He's a bones and biscuits and a bootleg. Talk black to me, somebody. Let's just keep it real. Yes, he is. He's a shucker and jobber and a bootleg. A terrible, horrible one at that. But sometimes the divine will set up circumstances and situations and people in such a way, family, that they'll use the most unusual voice to try to make a point. Now, because he's on the side of most establishment systems and situations, you would think that they would listen to one of their own, right? Well, he understands that the Democrats are losing and they still losing because they're not acknowledging why they lost and they're not changing their strategies in order to win in the future. Well, he was on The View for quite a little bit. And of course, we're not going to actually, show you all the video because of different rules and regulations, but you'll be able to hear some of the audio. I want you, family, right now to get ready to listen to, he was just on The View less than 24 hours ago, right? Family, the whole segment, I got to say that this little shucker and jiver, who I don't believe in for hardly anything else, he told the Democrats the truth. Yes? He told the Democrats the truth. He told all of the left-leaning, mostly except for the one or two girls, that's ladies on the View that's more right-wing, about why the Democrats lost and the fears that he currently has. Family, you should see how aggressive and hostile and fearful and dramatic they were. But most importantly, you're going to see how they're going to get ready to cut the break when he started getting into detail about the humiliating loss of the Democrats and how he's fearful that they still in a very precarious situation. Family, listen to this.
That's why Stephen A. Smith is in the news. Because y'all don't have anybody. You don't have anybody. Who you got? I'm not in the news because I'm here. I'm in the news because the Democratic Party is here. Damn it, lower than that. Down at the bottom. They suck right now. Horrible. Because they don't have a voice. Where the hell is the voice?
Don't hold back. That is quite a point you brought. I mean, right now in the polls, you're nearly tied with Pete Buttigieg, AOC, Governor Gretchen Whitmer. You have a higher favorability than John Fetterman and Vice President Harris. What do you make of this?
I make of it that citizens, particularly on the left, are desperate. And I mean it when I say it. I think I can beat them all. And I have no desire whatsoever to run for office. I am not a politician. I am not qualified. But I know this much. When you consider who's on the other side and how he's gotten away with saying very little in terms of being coherent and articulating his thoughts clearly and concisely and what have you, this is not something that he's known to do. Yet and still, he has owned the Republican Party since 2015. Not only has he won, the Republican constituency has said, we don't want anybody else but him. We didn't want DeSantis. We didn't want Haley. We didn't want Christie. We didn't want Ramaswamy. We didn't want DeSantis. We didn't want anybody. We want him.
What does that say
Who is
about
that
the
person?
Republican Party?
It's not about what it says about the Republican Party. It's about what it says about the Democratic Party.
Why?
Because in the end, if you think about him being impeached twice, 34 felony counts or 34 felony convictions, and they still elected him president. It's not about him winning. It was an indictment against the Democratic Party and what the Democratic Party was offering to American citizens. We might sit up there and talk about, hey, you should be a party for the working class, which the Democratic Party was once known for. They're not known for that right now. Why? Because their message was catering towards others and towards other issues. And they forgot about the people that brought them there, that elevated the Democratic Party to what it was over these last few decades. That's why they lost. He didn't win.
Well,
the
let's
Democrats
remind
lost.
people what those issues were.
Sure.
Let's remind people what those issues
We can do that.
were. Making sure that families had what they need, SNAP, making sure stuff is there, making sure that the America that we all grew up in, where you could come and be whoever you were supposed to be or want to be, you still have that right. All these things are the things that the Democrats have always said. But now we have a guy who says, yeah, I'm going to bring down the price of eggs. But first, I'm going to cut all these jobs, and I'm not going to see why they need to be cut. I'm just going to cut them. Because I'm going to put people in. Well, that's what he's doing. He's doing all
And alienate all our friends around the world.
But you're talking about what he's doing. But before you brought that up, you brought up the message that the Democratic Party was disseminating. I'm challenging you on that. That is not what they were doing. I'm not talking
yes,
about.
it was.
I'm not talking
I
about
was
the
here.
intent.
We did it.
I was here too. I was alive and breathing right here on the air, talking to everybody else. The bottom line is this: you're Joe Biden. You opened borders. Now remember, Barack Obama deported more people than Trump did. You know what he didn't do? He didn't stick out his chest and bloviate about it. He just did it. What does Joe Biden do? Who's a Democrat? Who's the vice president under Barack Obama? He opens borders. Over 12+ million people entered the country. You had stuff going on in the streets. There was a migrant crisis here.
That he's the reason that there is a migrant crisis?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
saying. I'm saying he contributed. I'm saying he contributed to it. But the point that the biggest point I'm making.
Took the key and just opened up a door.
He just took. Well, that's part of it. Even the Democrats say. Even the Democrats say they did that.
Hold on.
Sure.
Wow. Let me hit the gavel on that. Woo, that was nothing but fire, family. Now, again, I am no fan of Stephen A. Smith. He has been nothing but a bone and biscuit and a shucker and jiver in times past when it comes down to issues that really matter to Black folks in general. But because he understands the desperation of the Democrat Party and how horrible and terrible they're losing and the fact that the Democrats are not changing in any way to win, he had to sound the alarm. Now, do you see how Whoopi had to cut him off and say, we got to go to break real quick? And before he went to break, they kept interjecting. Like I said, that segment is even longer when you actually watch the physical thing. But family, they were constantly interrupting him. They were constantly trying to justify the Democrat losses. But at the end of the day, family, we can't sit up with you to be delusional Democrats. We can't sit up and high-five losers. And to make you feel better by making you think that you're still special and important by lying about the numbers and by lying about the results. How many of y'all know that when you got a hater in your life, when you got somebody in your life, let's say you got some friends, family, and you know that a good friend of yours is really jealous or competitive with somebody else, and you don't want to hurt your friends' feelings by telling them, look, you acting real weird and strange, you ought not to be doing it. But because you just go along and you just pump up your little friend's head and then end up blowing up in their face later on because you don't want to tell your friend the truth later on, to tell your friend, hey, you're not acting right, this isn't right, you're moving weird, this is not going to help you in the long run. And yes, in that moment, it may make them feel good, but you lying to them. We're not doing that. Are y'all hearing me today? That's the problem, is when you lie to somebody, you can lie all you want to. And in that moment, in those few seconds, you might make them feel okay and not feel so bad, but you don't help your friend to ultimately change. And you certainly don't help to affect the ultimate outcome. Lying to yourself won't make you a winner later. If you want to ultimately get better results, you have to tell the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. And the problem with the Democrat Party and the problem with the elites on that side is your arrogance, your ego, with your condescending self. You still think you know better. I say that, but the truth is, no, you know you don't know better. That's the truth. You know, I know, we all know you don't know better. But your arrogance and your ego won't let you humble yourself to win. Because you spent so much time, so much effort, and so much money ignoring us and on everybody else and moving on your agenda and your way of doing things. You do not want to appear to contradict that. And because you don't want to have to humble yourself to voices like mine, you want to keep going in the same direction, knowing full well that you're getting ready to run off a cliff. There is no question that they don't know what they're doing. We don't need to sit here and debate about it. We need to just look at results, family. You know a tree bears fruit. The fact that you had to have somebody like Stephen A. Smith, as he told you, who is Stephen A. Smith? He is a sports broadcaster. This man talks about sports. And he admitted himself. He said the only reason I'm in the news is because of the Democrats. There is no voice, is what he said. But Stephen, you're wrong. Y'all didn't expect this twist, did you? Stephen A. Smith, you're absolutely wrong, beloved. Stephen A. Smith, it's not that the Democrats don't have a voice. Stephen A. Smith, you know darn well we're here. Stephen, you know we're here. You know there's an alternative voice to the establishment, but Stephen A. Smith, just like the rest of them, is still trying to keep that which is dead alive. Stephen A. Smith knows that there are networks and alternative media outlets just like this one that's speaking the opposite of the Democrat Party. He doesn't want to highlight them because he's still trying to give them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Democrats, by their obstinance, are proving and showing why they deserve to be ignored and why their party deserves no longer to exist. The Republicans too. Republicans ain't doing nothing for us. But I'm specifically talking about the Democrats because, once again, they're the actual party that many of our people voted for. They're the party that we actually gave power to change our condition, and they've chosen not to do it. Stephen is in the news, as he said, because the Democrats don't have a voice. In other words, they don't have a voice that's speaking what we're saying. But Stephen A. Smith, there's something you can do about it. And baby, we don't beg over here. We don't shuck and jive over here. And because you still got a bit of that shucking and jiving energy in you, it still matters to you the validation of the establishment. You too, Stephen, are pretending like we don't exist. Did you hear Stephen Smith tell them in that interview that y'all forgot the people that brought you here? He generally talks about the working class. Working class is a term for white folks that's mad that they ever had to work. You ain't never known black folks not to work. It was our work that made you the superpower that you are. White folks weren't working hard. They was hardly working. The backlash is that they ever had to work. But nevertheless, you get his point when he said, you forgot the people that brought you here. Stephen A. Smith, The View, Whoopi Goldberg, Sonny Hostin, and others, who brought the Democrats there? Reliably, even when every other group in the party changed up on them, switched up on them, was mercurial, was unreliable, who could you know for sure was absolutely reliable? Foundational Black Americans. We are the ones that made sure that we brought you there. And that's what he should have said on live television in front of the whole world on traditional establishment media. Believe it or not, Stephen A. Smith is a part of the problem too, because he only knows that they're not saying what the people are saying because he's listening to us too. I've got some pretty famous people that support me, family. I just don't tell it to the world because if some of them publicly tell the world that they support me, they would get shunned. But how many of y'all know we got some private support too? Everybody knows what time it is. He said to them also that the Democrats, when Whoopi cut him off, well, what do the Democrats stand for? Let me tell you what the Democrats stand for. Remember, that was one of the few times they kept cutting him off. Again, y'all didn't see the whole segment. They cut him off more than that, but y'all saw where they had to hurry and cut the break, right? Watch this. Before they cut the break, she cut in and said, well, let me tell you what the Democrats about. Remember, she started talking about all the stuff about helping the people and working class folks and all that. I'm paraphrasing, right? He said that wasn't what y'all was saying before the actual election, though. That's not what was being articulated before the election. Doing stuff for the people. What did he say? The Democrats' allegiance was to big business. And guess what, family? It still is. The Democrats take big money from lobbyists just like the Republicans do. You remember how the Democrats used to always complain about this notion of Citizens United? When the Supreme Court made the decisions that basically corporations are people, they got a voice just like regular folks, and they can spend basically unlimited amounts of money or more money on campaigns than what they used to. How many of y'all remember hearing about the bill about Glass-Steagall? Look that up. That had to do with reining in some of the limits and the powers of the corporations over the voice of the average man and woman. You're not hearing the Democrats talk that talk like they used to. You know why? Because some of their very voices, like on MSNBC and others, they take big money from big corporations and pharmaceutical folks and weapons manufacturers to pay for their broadcast. So that's why they look more silent now when they go out to about corporations spending money for elections. They know they can't say too much about it because they know it's corporations that's paying their bills over there. So when they push something off on you and you don't agree with it, they can't really back up because of who paying them. This is an indictment of you all deciding to stay in delusion. But more importantly, it tells you why they deserve to continue to lose. Why? Do you all understand what that means? That whole segment and how they're responding, the Democrats, not just to you, but others. Even the Angela Rye's of the world, the Tiffany Cross of the world, all those losers that was rejected by the Democrats or fired from Democrat platforms, fired or removed from the Capitol Hill. Angela Rye, she was on CNN, but she also used to work on Capitol Hill. Do you all know that they are still using their platforms that they despise, their alternative media platforms that they never wanted in the first place? They're still using them to push the failed Democrat talking points. These are still the same voices when they had those platforms like Joy Reid. She crying a river, you want us to cry too? But when they had those big platforms, they weren't pushing for our voices. They were using those platforms to dog and silence us, to mock us, and to be the powers that shouldn't be attack dogs. Talk black to me, somebody. Stephen A. Smith talking tough to them and being honest with them. We got to give him credit where credit was due. But he's trying to revive the establishment system and telling the Democrats, y'all still on the wrong road. Are y'all hearing me today? They put big business before the needs of the people. And at the end of the day, more than anything, what's really going on is they feel like they don't have to listen to us. They feel like that we're going to keep ignoring you. We feel like they say that we're going to keep doubling down. The more we tell them about reparations, the more we keep talking about tangibles, the more we keep talking about doing something for us, the more we keep talking about stop putting illegal immigrants and spending billions and billions of dollars for them over us, the more we keep exposing the fact that y'all giving Nazi Ukrainians that's fighting a proxy war with Russia Social Security, the more we keep bringing up the fact that y'all are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on foreign wars, the more we keep bringing up the fact that you got trillions of dollars that's unaccounted for in the Department of Defense for the past several audits they failed to pass, and unaccounted for trillions and trillions of dollars, and y'all don't feel like you need to do nothing about that. The more we keep saying, please stop giving those that violated the law to get here criminals housing and money and cars and jobs over us while you step over homeless black folks. Could you please put us first? The more we complain, the more we brought that to their attention, the more we ask them to do something about it, the more they thump their noses at us. So you deserve everything that you get in Democrats, and you're going to continue to lose. Let me tell you something before I go. Y'all know what it is. Dr. Claude Anderson, one of his several books, he's got about 5 books. This one that he's most known for, in my opinion, is Powernomics, right? In Powernomics on page 186, under the section that says the rules of the game. The rules of the game. And don't forget, the reason why I love to quote Dr. Claude Anderson, family, is because he was an insider. This man not only has a doctorate degree, he's not only an economist, he's not only a businessman, he's not only a person that had his own radio station, not only because of all those wonderful and amazing qualifications. Our dear brother ran political elections and campaigns and won. Our brother was appointed by former President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, and worked in his administration. Our brother is the one that negotiated with anti-black racist Strom Thurmond, just up from Jim Crow, and got black judges on the bench and negotiated them, and also managed during the DNC, one of the Democratic convention campaigns, to get a large number of black folks contracts. That's why I quote Dr. Claude Anderson. He worked behind enemy lines. So when he talks, we ought to listen. What did he say in Powernomics about the rules of the game? He said Black Americans have always been excluded from playing politics by the official rules of the game. He said every time we sought to play by the rules changed or the game ended before we had a chance to play. Therefore, rather than continuing to be like a dog chasing his tail, we need to simply step back and look outside the box. In the action steps outlined in this chapter, we suggest ways in which we should alter our behavior or change the accepted rules of politics. But in all instances, we must adhere, y'all listen, to the fundamental rule of all politics, quid pro quo. Did y'all hear that? Dr. Claude says that we need to adhere to the rules of what? Quid pro quo in politics. What exactly is that? Are y'all listening? It means something for something. Or at a more familiar level, it means you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Those who invest their time, energy, and resources in support of a political issue, candidate, or political party expect to be compensated in a manner that is equal to their investment. Y'all ain't listening to me. I'm almost done. Last part. He says in America, the rules of politics applies to everyone except Black people. This is why we don't listen to the boule when it comes down to political strategy. The primary reason for Black Americans being an exception stems from structural racism and various community pressures and attitudes that set them apart as a political subculture. Y'all better listen. Political subcultures are typically minimally integrated out of fear of losing their lowly status. This is what he be trying to tell us about these other groups, including the illegal, the immigration stuff. They do not resist being treated as subjects. Lacking population numbers, wealth, and leadership, they reject dissent and passively follow the majority society, even though they gain only very small benefits. I'm going to skip down and I'm getting ready to end. The next paragraph, he says, the worst part of this picture is that Black America has not demanded a quid pro quo relationship. He says, explaining how Cuban refugees in Miami were able to economically and politically surpass and subordinate Blacks in Miami within 1 decade. A Cuban told me, are y'all listening? Quote, we are not like Black people who always march, demonstrate, then beg. We demand what we want, end quote. Blacks have petitioned for freedom and equality, but never demanded quid pro quo compensation for their political loyalty, labor, patriotism, or cultural contributions. Powernomics urges Black voters to begin to move towards the politics of patronage for the entire race and not just for a few visible Blacks. One last part. He says, both white and Black candidates for public office, various political parties, and this nation all get a free ride with Black voters. Black voters are led to believe that there are two purposes to vote. He says, number one, to elect the white candidate who is best able to lead and control resources, or two, to elect, y'all listen, the Black candidate who is the most deserving of a public job and personal recognition. Isn't that deep? The most we get is personal satisfaction that the candidate we supported won. We play politics just to play. Others play for the benefits of winning or being in the winner's circle. I think that says quite a lot. Finally, we have yet to learn to play politics by the basic rules. Wait a minute. He says we demand nothing, and that is basic. That's basically exactly what we get. We have yet to learn to play politics by the basic rules. We should stay out of any political game. The bootlicks don't like when I say this, but I'm quoting Dr. Claude. He says we should stay out of any political game that promises that we will get nothing even when our candidate wins. Once we start playing to win, we must always reject candidates who fail to pay their debts to us. Let me hit the gavel on that. Talk Black to me, somebody. It is important, family, that we listen to somebody that knows how to win elections like our brother here. We need to listen to somebody that actually worked in a governmental administration, like the Jimmy Carter administration, worked in the Commerce Department. We need to listen to somebody that actually knows what's happening and move accordingly and move as a unit. So, as much of a bootlick as Stephen A. Smith is, he did tell the Democrats the truth. And we just want to let the Democrats know, as we've been saying from the jump, you're going to keep losing. And we're quite all right with that. We don't feel bad because you are going to do what your most loyal voting bloc tells you to do, or we will simply not vote for you. How about them apples? My name is Vicky Diller, beloved. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to share the broadcast. Be sure, family, to hit the thumbs up button. And don't forget that you can find me here live typically Tuesday through Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Yes, Tuesday through Thursday. You can see Vicky Diller right here on the African Diaspora News channel. Be sure to check out Brother Phil's live tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. And of course, support my other wonderful colleagues' platforms and their commentary as well. Yes, share the
Peace, love, and reparations. Listen, family, we know that the Democrats don't have a Black agenda. And I'm going to break down the finesse. So when you go to democrat.org, they have a list of their agendas, right? So it says climate change, democratic accomplishments, education, economy and jobs, gas prices, gun reform, healthcare, inflation, LGBTQ rights, prescription drugs, protection and strengthening our democracy, reproductive rights, Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, student loan debt, taxes, veterans, and they have voting rights on there. Now, right, that's really for all Americans that they're really fighting for all that for, because that doesn't specifically target foundational Black Americans. Now, they do have a section on there that says African Americans, and let's go there and break that down. Because if you're talking about African Americans, that's all you should be talking about in here, right? But when we go down here and we go down to this third or fourth paragraph, it says Democrats lay a foundation, a new foundation for long-term economic growth that helps every American. What? Why are we talking about every American when this is a page that you're supposed to be specifically having solutions for foundational Black Americans, and you're already adding in all Americans? Let's proceed. Not just those at the top. We are working to save jobs, create new jobs and new opportunities for small businesses, invest in our schools, close educational achievement gaps, make college more affordable, and expand opportunities for African Americans and for all Americans. Again, more inclusiveness. This is where we get to the Democrats are committed to ending the epidemic of senseless gun violence in our communities and reforming the broken judicial system that tears families apart. We are fighting against environmental injustices. What are environmental injustices? See, that allowed low-income children to be exposed to lead and African-American children to suffer from asthma twice the rates of white children. We are fighting voting restrictions as Republican legislators around the country enact laws to keep minority voices from the ballot box. See, now you mentioned the word minorities. That's not African American. That's not foundational Black American. You see, this is how we get pushed down to the bottom, because the Democrats, and again, they didn't even put immigration as one of their target agendas, because that is one of them. That's one of their major agendas, is immigration. You see, and immigration pushes us to the bottom. This is why we get nothing done, family. They love to talk about jobs and how much jobs we need, but jobs don't create wealth. We need economic. Think about it. When you go to your average city and you go in there and you look at all the businesses around in the city, 90-something% of those businesses are from non-foundational Black Americans. See, they get all the loans and all the business grants to start their businesses while we don't. And they sit here and come to us about jobs, jobs, jobs. See, they know that creating businesses is the way to economic, the wealth. You see what I'm saying? So we got to stop letting these Democrats finesse us like you're really trying to do something for us, when really you don't want to fix the problem. Because right now you're saying, oh, we suffer from lead poisoning. Give us the money, we'll fix that. Oh, we're suffering from gun violence. Give us the money, it'll fix that. The broken judicial system, give us the money and it'll fix that. So everything boils down to reparations and cash payments. So if they ain't talking about cash payments, they ain't talking about nothing, man. We up out of here.
Now, in a lot of these Democrat, ran cities, they are trying to do these reparations commissions. And if you look at what happened in California, it's still the same thing. It's a waste of time. And I'm so glad that FBA brothers and sisters are really calling this out. And in New York, you had a great FBA sister that went up there and just told them about themselves, told them what they're doing is a waste of time. And you're going to listen to how they're trying to crowbar immigrants into this, which ain't no immigrant went through slavery with our ancestors. Let's go ahead and check this out.
To the commission, you were set up to fail. Other commissions had executive directors, staff, research, and legal teams, and this one, you weren't even allowed to speak to each other before being sworn in. Does that include relatives, or is that a conflict? Anyway, if you know the law, you know that this bill and this commission is a time-wasting, heel-spinning joke. More democratic symbolism over substance. Why pass a blatantly illegal, unconstitutional bill, then use taxpayer funds for a commission? Commissioners may not be getting paid, but other staff and researchers are. Race-based compensation will never become law. And this isn't just a valid point, it's constitutional law. And as we have seen with the overturning of DEI and affirmative action, labeling it African descent doesn't change its race-based nature. Legislators can pass bills, but that doesn't mean they'll survive legal scrutiny. Legal scrutiny like Ed Blum, who is laser focused on knocking this bill down. The Freedmen Project went to legislators and told them that they got it wrong. They told them they wanted it amended. They told them to repeal the existing bill currently signed into law. The Freedmen came in hand with a constitutional bill with the recipients based on our legal status as freedmen. They went around to different legislators and the Assembly and State Senate. They talked to them, they sat with them, they sent letters and phone calls, but due to what I can only assume is the inability of legislators to see themselves benefiting from this legal bill, we faced what we always face in this country. Except this time it's from skin folk, proving in action that they aren't the kinfolk of the FBA freedmen. How telling is it that we're getting the same treatment as we have with other legislators who don't share our skin? How does this free us? I guess the legislators would be unqualified to tell us, or they are purposely sabotaging our reparations because they do not have a bill that's worth a hill of beans. So there may be only 44 million of us, but we are 44 million who are used to fighting. And I don't mean to sound pejorative, but we are 44 million who don't run from a fight. Foundational Black American impact and influence, our presence over power is so effective in fighting that people immigrate here from all over the world to benefit from the fruits of and the gains of the civil rights that we fought and died for. Since this bill is already deader than a doornail, I come to speak before my neighbors. I come to serve you notice that when this bill dies, we, the FBA freedmen, will remain standing and fighting as we have for centuries on this land drenched in our blood. And in closing, including your report that this bill is unconstitutional and illegal and isn't worth the paper it's written on, and you know it. Have a good day.
Thank you, Brooke. We appreciate your testimony.
Ooh, boy, she cooked. I have to give her a hand clap on that. Oh, man, did she cook. Like, see, let me tell y'all something. What this sister said was just so spot on. And let me tell you something. We need more people like that out there in these cities coming to deliver that message and let them know that, see, the worst thing they could have gave Black folk was access to each other and access to the internet. Because, see, what they're not used of is now we like to read. We like to research. We like to find out about the law. We like to find out about the Constitution. And so when we do talk to you, it's going to be with something of education. It's not going to be just talking out your head. See, that previous generation, they could have did this. And it'd have been okay. Yeah, yeah, black people. And no, she said African descent, trying to crowbar in immigrants, right? And then the Democrats were like, yeah, we passed reparations. Come vote for us. And then when the Republicans go to court on it, they were like, oh, man. Well, we tried, but man, the mean old Republicans struck it down. But they knew when they set it up that way, it was going to get struck down. So they playing both sides. The Democrats know what they're doing when they're trying to make it race-based. They know good and well it has to be lineage-based. They know that. And the term freedman is a term for us that's already in the federal language. We had a Freedmen's Bureau, right? So it has to be for the freedmen. You have to put that language. You can't say black. You can't say African-American. You can't say anything like that. You have to say freedman. You have to say lineage-based. Because if you do it off of color, it's going to get struck down. And if you did it off of color, well, anybody can come in and say, I'm black. I just saw a story the other day. Had some white people talking about, oh, we did our DNA, found out we was 2% Nigerian. So then they went to Nigeria telling people, hey, I'm 2% Nigerian. And then they went over there getting some little plaque from them and dressed in some Nigerian clothes. I shook my head at that. 2% of anything is not what it is. But that's what they'll be doing. If they allowed it to be race-based, you'll have white folk saying, hey, I'm 3% black. That means that whatever the payout is, I should at least get 3% of it. Hey, it shows I'm 10%. So I should, whatever the payout is, I should at least get 10%. Isn't it for all people who got lineage as black? So no. You got to have it to be lineage-based, period. And we need brothers and sisters to go to those commission meetings, to listen intently, and get up there and check them. And say, it also, it's not reparations if it's not cash payments. Something else they like to tell you, these shills. We can't put a number on our pain. Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Courts do it every day. It's called restitution. Courts say, hey, you did this to this victim, so we're going to order you to pay $500,000 in restitution. Oh, you can put a number on pain. You sure can. Don't let them shills tell you what, you can't put no number on that. Oh, yes, you can. Courts do it all the time. You got to cut off all the arguments when they try to bring it up to you, right? But we have to stand on business for reparations. Now, some of you say, y'all never going to get it. Well, you know what? They also said we'd never come off the plantation. They also said we'd never get out of Jim Crow. They also said we'll never do the things that we have done today and the things we continue to do. That's why I told you every day you're making Black history. Every day. It's not just February you're making, you celebrate Black history. Every day we're living, we're making Black history. So we're going to get reparations. I'm telling you, we will get reparations. All we got to do is keep standing on it. And listen, at one point in time, reparations was a conversation nobody was discussing. Then reparations started online. Now reparations went to the mainstream media. Now reparations being discussed in city council meetings, being discussed even in Congress and different things like that. Even if they talk about a study, when we're going to always stand against that, you still talking about reparations. And let me tell you something, you call those things that be not as though they were. And the more and more we keep talking about, oh no, we're going to get reparations in the form of cash payments. We're not taking nothing less. Reparations in the form of cash payments. And you keep saying it, and keep fighting for it. Oh, we're going to get it. And every person that doubted us, they were like, man, I didn't think they was going to get that. They actually got it. Because when we focus our attention on something, and see, delineation has helped us to focus our attention on reparations. See, before we weren't delineating, we didn't have our proper focus on what we needed to do as FBA people in America. So keep fighting for reparations, keep speaking up, keep pressing the Democrats. Press them, because they got our votes for 60 years. They want our votes again. They want it. So, hey, what you going to give me for it? If you're not going to give me reparations in the form of cash payments, then leave me alone. I'm cool. I got a nice couch I can sit on. Bottom line. But we got to continue to stand on business. And the beautiful thing about what this sister was doing, she didn't represent no group that can be compromised. See, this is a decentralized movement, and decentralized movements are the best movements in the planet. When you're moving on a code and have no leader, and they can't do what you call strike the shepherd and the sheep will flee. Can't do that. There's no shepherd to strike. Everybody is the shepherd. You understand? And when everybody's the shepherd and everybody's staying on code, it's a little bit harder to deal with. And that's a beautiful thing. Keep standing on business, FBA family.
Hey everybody, this is Mark Blanton, and this is
Dr. Latasha Blanton from the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism.
and we have amazing packages to Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban. So we would like to see you guys here. All you have to do is just go to our website, therealsouthafrica.com, and we'll make sure that your trip here is amazing.
See you here in sunny South Africa.
The food, the music, the vibe. Kick off your summer at the Ohio Black Expo Riverfront Culture Fest. Get your Black History Month discount now for a limited time. Free tickets to the Ohio Black Expo. Yeah, free. February discount all month long. Celebrate Black Excellence. Experience the African diaspora at its finest. Go to OhioBlackExpo.com for tickets, updates, and more. Tell your friends. Share with family. There's no other place to be Memorial Day weekend. Visit OhioBlackExpo.com. That's OhioBlackExpo.com.
Are you a successful entrepreneur or one in training? You've got the vision, but do you have the right partner to build your brand, your team, and your future online and off? At CPRfirm.com, we offer expert consulting, financial guidance, and life coaching because we believe in doing life with our clients. After all, what is it for a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Founded by
week, so find something for your kids to do if you can. Definitely want to thank everyone who has been joining the
Jasmine rats and nuts.
Greatly appreciate that. The app is ours, and so we want to get, like I said, our goal is to hit 10,000 members. Of course, we would love to have every member that's here on the app, but hey, our first goal is 10,000, right? And we're trucking along over there, so we always say we love for 10 people at minimum to join the app after a stream or even during the stream. It's okay. You can join, you can download the Google Play and Apple App Store. And once you download it, just hit create account, then you can choose monthly, quarterly, annual, or even lifetime. If you want to be a lifetime member and you don't have to worry about prices going up or whatever the case may be, because yes, next year the prices is going to go up because by the first part of next year, we have enough shows going where I feel it's relevant for us to do that. So get in early if you want to do the lifetime. We'll have, more sales coming up in different parts of the year. So be on the lookout on the sales that we do have for the annual. And when we do those sales, it's only for new members only. I want to make sure to put that out there. It's for new members only. No different than any other place. All right. So tonight we're going to talk about, once again, Representative Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, and the reason why we on her now is because Jasmine Crockett is really faking the funk. Okay, we get into why we're saying that she's faking the funk. Everything she's doing is coordinated by the DNC, and we're not going to let DNC play these games all the way up to 2026. We're not going to do that. We're going to be on this stuff early, as we're supposed to be. We are getting better. I will say, as the grassroots, we are getting a lot better at seeing the moves the Democrats are making and going on and dealing with those things early, not waiting. Just like even the situation with Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, we all, the moment we seen it, we started with them, and hey, the rest is history, right? So I hope everybody's doing good. Hope everybody's doing good. Oh, Lisa, I believe that, Lisa. I believe we're going to get there. Oh, I believe it. Because you know what? At one point in time, we didn't have no app, right? Zero. So, and then when we did create the app, we didn't have the amount of members we have now. So, hey, listen, everything I've ever done, Lisa, has always been the tortoise and the hare. Okay. And I've never been the hare. I've always been the tortoise. So everything I've ever done is mostly slow and steady. But that's good because you go too fast, you don't learn certain lessons in between when you're going too fast. I'd rather slow and steady and be there on the long term than something quick or whatever, right? Quick things, quick views, no, you don't want quick. You want things that can satisfy, things that can last a long time. That's what we want, okay? Let y'all know on the lookout. I'm going to bring back, but only on the app. I'm going to bring it back. If you remember when I used to do the reports on fire-crotch teachers, remember that? And for those of you who knew, they said, what is he talking about? So I used to report on all the teachers who was always getting criminally charged for doing inappropriate things with school-age children. I used to report that stuff a lot. And I was reporting on the females. And the reason why I reported on the female is because if a male do it, it's easily quick charges, quick this, quick that. Everybody's sickening, which they should be. But when it's the female, it's always some sort of story. Well, it's about this. Well, he that, or whatever. And when I started doing those stories, I realized there was more female teachers doing this than even the male teachers, and which was shocking to me. I thought it was the males, right? So I'm going to bring that series back because that's one series. And the reason why I stopped doing that series here is because it got to a point where they just kept demonetizing the content. And I have a rule. If they keep demonetizing certain content, I don't put it here. And that's fine. I don't have to. So we're going to crank up that series that's on my list, crank up that series right back. And now we can go raw as possible on fire-crotch teachers now. I ain't got to hold back what I say about them. Because, you know, on YouTube, you got to watch your mouth and all of that. So I'm going to be bringing that back, okay? I'm going to be bringing it back. So letting y'all know. Oh, man. You say definitely learn slow and steady after bumping your head. Yeah. It's a lot of things. And y'all have to understand when it comes to things like apps and all of that, you know, we have to upgrade our app, and that's going to happen this year. It's going to take some months. Probably, you know, another month or two, probably make that, oh Lord bless, that down payment to do it. It's going to cost us a little money to do it. But hey, we got to do it. We have to do it because we have to be at the top peak level of what we're trying to do. All right. See everybody coming in. Shoot, you know what? I know your girl lost. Like, what is going on here? I know your girl lost and everything, but shoot. Let me run the other ratchet. And then we'll get started here in a minute after I finish. You know, of course, we know she lost. Of course, we know this. But let's go ahead and run the other ratchet.
Hey, guys. It's Super Mayor Tiffany A. Henry, the people's mayor.
Y'all forget I am the leader. They want to hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet. The mayor, not the trustees that don't do nothing, that only run their mouth. Y'all don't do no work.
What is that?
No comment. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Y'all black. Y'all are black. And y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
So this is what it's all about, guys. They don't want a black person in power. They don't want a woman in power. You ain't seen that yet. And someone so young. Everybody gotta understand, God give you what you can handle. That's what God give you. He ain't gonna give you more than that. As long as you can stay the course, fight the fight, and keep going, that's what we're gonna do here at Thornton Township.
Clerk, what are you doing? They're out of order. You out of order. Did I call the roll? Did I say call the roll? I'm still speaking. You're out of order, Clerk Key. You out of order, Clerk Key. Like, stop. Y'all out of order. Everybody want to run stuff. Y'all don't run this house over here. Stop, please.
So now you have to listen in order to learn. Remove her. That's what all the hate is all about. It's all about your super mayor became too powerful too quick. So rare, so unique, and that's what everybody got power. It's all about control. Now stand in the fight because I want the boys and girls of the next generation to see what it looks like to come out of controversy, and to come out of all the hatred unscathed. At the end of the day, God gives the test to his strongest soldiers. Throughout all the controversy, throughout all the drama, all the naysayers, all the haters, and I see some of y'all in the line. Let me flip the camera around so you can see them in the line. Whoop, there she go. Look, right there, right there. Whoop, that part. But they'll tell you that. Then they get in a little hate group. But you in my line, getting food, your kids out here bouncing in a bouncy house, you on the skate rink, all that. To actually stand in a fire while doing it. And guess what? Doing good and looking good too. I am history. I am the 21st century history. I am your Rosa Parks, your Harriet Tubmans. I am that person. Somebody has to say, never, never, ever give up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead on and get started. That was Tiffany Henyard. She was voted out, and she will be ending her term as the super mayor out there in Dalton, and she got kicked out as the supervisor of the village as well. All right. So let's get to Jasmine Crockett. Now, we know Jasmine Crockett has been, trending a lot based off of her new Sistagurl persona. But we want to talk about her just a little bit, some of her background, play some things that, it's one. Listen, I respect you. Listen, if you're a Sistagurl, if you're a ratchet, and that's what you are, I respect that. That's who you are. Certain people, I don't have a problem with being ratchet. For instance, Sexy Red. I know we talk about her a lot, but she's like the poster child of ratchet right now. So that's why we mention her name a lot. If Sexy Red is being ratchet, I understand it. I get it. I don't have a problem with Sexy Red being ratchet because that's who she is. That's where she come from. She come from the hood. Okay, we get that. Sexy Red don't have a bachelor's degree. Sexy Red don't have any kind of law degree. She don't have a Juris Doctorate degree. She has none of that, right? She's from the hood. So when she's doing what she's doing, I really don't take no issue with it because she's just living her truth is what it is. But I do take a major issue when someone goes to a private school. Let's start off with that. Let's get to Jasmine Crockett's own bio before I even get started with the rest of that. Let's put this up on the screen. Okay. Now, Jasmine Crockett, she went to the Mary Institute and St. Louis County Day School in St. Louis, Missouri. Now, that's a private school. At the most, costs $35,000 a year. Private school. I went to the website. A lot of folks there. It's not a bunch of black folks. So she went to a private school. So obviously most kids that grew up in the hood did not go to private school. They usually go to public school. Okay. So then she got her bachelor's degree at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. Then she attended the Thurgood Marshall School of Law at TSU in Houston. Then she got her JD at the University of Houston Law Center in Houston, Texas. She was a lawyer, a private practice and public defender in Bowie County. Some things you can't see, but I'll just read the rest of it. She was a member of the Texas State House of Representatives from 2021 to 2023. And then she was elected as a Democrat to the 118th and succeeding Congress January 3rd, 2023. Now, having that kind of resume, okay, usually isn't, don't have people like the Sexy Red types having that kind of bio. They really don't have that. They may have a couple of baby daddies, and their baby daddies may be locked up. Maybe they have a couple of charges here and there. Maybe they work a working class job. We don't know, but they doing what they doing, right? They trying their best. Okay, cool. So Jasmine's out here acting like she's from the hood, that she went through things, that she got a couple of baby daddies. Jasmine has never been married, which is very questionable. A woman in her 40s has never been married. She don't have kids. That's questionable. Yes, that's questionable. Because as men, if you hear a woman tell you, yeah, I never been married, I never had kids, you're going to start looking at them like, why? That's the first question you're gonna ask as a man. Like, why? And then as a man, how old are you now? Oh, you in your 40s? And you start really looking and paying attention when you hear the 40s and say, what's wrong with her? That's the first thing a man thinks. What's wrong with you? Because something got to be wrong. Now, of course, I know some women are like, oh, that don't mean that. To a man, it do. That's like that's like a car. This car is nice, shiny, pretty, and all of that, right? But every time a person get this car, they get rid of it. I'm like, man, that car, I see that car for sale like about 10 different times. That's a nice looking car. Why somebody want to get rid of that car? And then until you get the car, you realize, oh, this car is a piece of crap. It's just shiny on the outside, but it's horrible in the inside. I mean, the motor's bad. Everything's bad. It's a lemon. Oh, my God. Let me get out this thing. So when you hear men say, why are you single? Because there's a red flag already in the man's head. Understand? And she even admitted that she's never even gotten a marriage proposal. That's what came out of her mouth. Okay. So, okay, Buckhart say he did 22 years of his life locked up. And he said she ain't from the hood. Well, yeah, anybody who's from the hood, or definitely anybody did some time, they can see right through Jasmine. Let me tell you something. Brothers and sisters that did time, they can really see through you when it comes to that. Because if they survive, like Buckhart, he survived 22 years, then he had to figure people out real quick because that could have been his life in prison. You know what I'm saying? And so shout out to everybody that been in prison, man. You know, you survived, you turn your life around. And I heard just talking about prison. Trump had announced that what he wants to do. Now, see, why the Democrats didn't do this? Y'all always talking about, why are you talking? Y'all, you about Trump, you about MAGA. I'm like, okay, I'll be MAGA if Trump is going to wipe off the records of felons.
Right, Max,
And he said if they basically been out of prison for 12 years, had no problems, he's talking about wiping the records clean of felons. Why? And I told y'all because they put him as a felon, he probably would do something for felons. Didn't I say that before he got elected? I know I said it a couple of times. He's talking about wiping their record clean. Now, why is that important? It can restore their voting rights. It can restore their Second Amendment rights. It could allow them to get apartments and any other kind of things or whatever. It will stop them from getting blocked from certain jobs, certain licenses that because listen, this is how I feel. I don't think it should be 12 years. I personally believe if you get out of prison, you finish off all your time, your probation, all that, you're done, right? Then nothing should block you from getting back into society. No person, male or female, should be put in a position where they got to go do something on the streets. Now, see, women, you know, they can get underneath a man that's going to take care of them. You know, if they look good and all of that, a man don't care if no woman, no felon. He'll take care of her. He'll marry or whatever. But a man, on the other hand, it's on a man to provide. Sometimes these men can't get legitimate jobs, so they have to sometimes get back out there into some criminal activity. Now, today, maybe they good with the gift of gab. Maybe they can start a podcast. Maybe they're good at selling. They can sell T-shirts. They can do all kinds of things now online. So, but not every person is good on that. Because some people go back to doing crime, so they can eat. And then they send them right back to prison. So if Trump talking about doing that, I think that's good. Russell says more than likely she probably don't like men. The whole party don't like men. They support LGBTQ. They all questionable. Even Cory Booker. Oh yeah, that's why we were calling him Cory Bussy, because they're like that dude. They're like, come on, man. You know, it's not just on the Democrat side. It's the Republican side too. Lindsey Graham. You can't tell me, like I said, listen, you ain't got no woman. But I heard he lives with a friend. Okay. You know. All right, Lindsey Graham. But anyway, so that's a good thing. If Trump gonna wipe the records clean or talking about doing it for felons. That's good. Now that would benefit a lot of brothers because they put a lot of stupid felonies on brothers and sisters. They do that. Now, let's get to your girl Jasmine Crockett here. Let's go ahead and play a video real quick. This is what people seeing about Jasmine right as of right now. Let's rehash this.
While we may not have the numbers just yet, that doesn't mean that we don't have fight left in our bodies. And so I am going to fight him every step of the way until we get what we deserve because it was my ancestors that built this motherfucker. Okay, I'm done now. I'm done.
All right, Jasmine. All right. So it was your ancestors that built this. Okay, cool. Let's do
Yep,
another
Corey
famous.
Bussy. Oh my God.
What would you tell him?
Jasmine Ratchet.
I would tell him to grow a spine and stop being Putin's hoe.
All right. So she's talking about mother effers and hoes. All right, Jasmine. All right, cool. All right. Now, this is a video back when they had a police brutality case that Jasmine Crockett is working on. Well, she was interviewed in this video. And let's see how many mother effers and hoes that Jasmine says in this video, which you will see maybe she should have used that type of language, right? Let's see real quick how Jasmine's talking here. Give me a second.
Fort Worth police say they were dispatched Saturday when Curry attempted to assault members of the fire department.
He did suffer from a seizure, which is why EMS was there in the first place.
Jasmine Crockett is one of Curry's attorneys.
It seems as if he suffered from the seizure and woke up potentially disoriented with what was going on.
In a statement, the Fort Worth Police Department said what the video does not depict is that it took 3 officers and 1 supervisor to effectively place the resisting subject into handcuffs.
What if your client at some point that wasn't seen on video was in fact resisting and pushing back with his hands? That is a possibility.
That's absolutely a possibility. And I'm not denying that as a potential possibility, even though my stance is that he did not commit any resisting arrest.
Now, for the record, Ms. Crockett does not have any medical paperwork to back up her claim that her client may have a history of seizures.
Okay. So did you even see how she looked back then? Did y'all see that? Like she looks normal. She don't look, like something different about her. Let's go ahead and replay that again. I'm gonna pause it.
Fort Worth police say they were dispatched Saturday when Curry attempted to assault members of the fire department.
He did suffer from a seizure, which is why EMS was there in the first place.
Now look at her. Okay, you see how she looked right here? She looks normal. Okay, she looks utterly normal. She's speaking very well, but then let me cue this one up. But then here,
First of all,
look how
thank you
she's
for making
looking.
the back of my head famous. But second of all, if we could do a sequel, if you could tell.
So what? Why is she looking like that? How's she looking now? All the I don't know, the bundles, whatever she got going on. Let's just look at her overall look.
If you could tell Donald Trump anything tonight,
I mean, eccentric
what would you tell him?
lashes. Then you go back to here on this video.
Jasmine Crockett is one of Curry's attorneys.
It seems as if he suffered from the seizure and woke up potentially disoriented with what was going on.
In a statement, the Fort Worth Police Department said what the video does not depict is that it took 3 officers and 1 supervisor to effectively place the resisting subject into handcuffs.
What if your client at some point that wasn't seen on video was in fact resisting and pushing back with his hands? That is a possibility.
That's absolutely a possibility. And I'm not denying that as a potential possibility, even though my stance is that he did not commit any resisting arrest.
Now, very respectful, but then you get here.
I would tell him to grow a spine and stop being Putin's hoe.
I mean, y'all, come on. Y'all, come on. Oh, my Lord, come on. Now, the first video you saw was her. She looked normal. She didn't have no eccentric lashes. She still had lashes, but it wasn't just extra. They wasn't extra at all. Okay? Then this new Jasmine Crockett, all eccentric lashes, bundles, all it, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're being a tool for the Democrats. You wasn't speaking that way in that other video. Let's play another video of Jasmine Crockett. Okay? Let's play another
In
one.
my mind, I'm thinking, I just got to Austin and I had to beat 5 people to get here.
I don't know about this. So y'all don't know what white privilege looks like, but I'm gonna show you a little bit of something. It's a huge responsibility. You know, the congressional seat is over 4 times as large as my House seat. I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at, calm down. Calm down.
No, because this is what y'all do.
do.
And I was just starting to get into the rhythm of doing constituent services. They send them to Texas, they send them to Florida. Every deplorable state that we can think about, they usually coming out of y'all's think tank. There was someone that talked to me and said, in fact, a former ambassador in the Clinton administration.
Please calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down,
Calm down.
because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise
down.
and then
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
He said, Jasmine, what you have to realize is that if you are really going to make change, it's not going to be in the Texas House. He said, you did a great job playing defense, but you have a chance to play offense. Someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
I should have strike those words.
What you just said.
The management, so to speak, changes. It's not just always one party that has everything.
I did it first.
Voted to do
Y'all
it.
did it first, so you don't want to talk about
voted to do it.
Order.
He said, if you really want to make real change, you really need to consider it. Because if
Look, Chairman, can we
come
send
and
her outside
talk
to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Chairman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So Jasmine, once again, was doing an interview and she looked normal. She spoke very well. But then now this lady that we see today, hold on. Let's get to today.
While we may not have the numbers just yet, that doesn't mean that we don't have fight left in our bodies. And so I am going to fight him every step of the way until we get what we deserve, because it was my ancestors that built this motherfucker. Okay, I'm done now. I'm done.
So with the DNC, let me tell y'all something. I'm kind of getting more pissed off. Not so much at Jasmine Crockett, though, even though I got an issue with her, because I don't want to just make it about her. Y'all have to understand how anti-Black the Democrat Party is. They took this Black woman who's very educated, a Black woman with a private school background. They are lowering her, basically lowering her. They're making her look silly, extremely silly, not allowing her to use her intellect, not allowing her to represent well, but she has to be some sort of manufactured hood rat, because that's not what she is. We saw what she was before. That's really who she is. What they're doing with Jasmine Crockett is the most anti-Black thing. Democrat Party, let me tell you something. See, people like myself, we clocked you already. We know you are more anti-Black than even the Republicans are. Because at least the Republicans, they just say what they want to say about Black folks up front. If they want to say something. I respect that. I could deal with my races up front all day long. Bring me the open races. I can talk to the Klansman. I can talk to the skinhead. I can talk to whoever. Because look, I know he don't like me. I'm good with that. So we can have a respectful conversation, because I don't like him either, because he don't like me. But these Democrats, what they do is, notice, why don't they take a white woman with the exact same background, private school background, bachelor's degree, law degree, JD, take a white woman and put her out there to do this. Let her act like the trailer park white woman and be against Trump. You notice they never do that? They never do that. But they're always trying to scurry out a Black person. And Jasmine, if you see this video, you don't realize how they're using you. You don't realize how they're making you a stereotype. I'm going to say it again. Jasmine, they're making you a stereotype. You're playing in the hands of anti-Black racism, Jasmine. And in your mind, to say you're so smart, you're not. Because they promise you some sort of position of power. So if you want to be in this position, Jasmine, well, then be a stereotype. Be the worst stereotype in the Black community. Be the worst one. You know how they're laughing at her right now, acting like this? And then what they do, oh, she's so, oh, I love her. Oh, I love what she's saying. Oh, we need more people like her. And at the same time, they're laughing at her. You think they don't know her? They know her background. That's why they put her up to it. And because some of y'all Boule members are so thirsty for power and so thirsty for some sort of money from master's table, you don't want to go through the process of getting your own. You don't want to have your dignity and self-respect. No, because you know what? To have your dignity and self-respect and do things on your own takes time, takes patience. It's a little frustrating. But a lot of you are lazy. You don't want to go through anything. So you will sit up here and humiliate yourself to get a position. Let me tell you something. To get a position with massa, you're going to have to humiliate yourself. Listen, we talk about the music industry and how, to get certain contracts, you got to, as a woman, give what you know up. And as a man, give up your pussy, okay, to get certain contracts and all that. It's the same thing in the political realm. Well, listen, that's not of God if you have to degrade yourself to get a position. That's not of God. That is of Satan. And if you're going to deal with Satan, you're going to have to give up your soul. You're going to have to give up your self-respect. You're going to have to dishonor yourself if you want something in the devil's kingdom. If I got to degrade myself to get somewhere, then it didn't come from the Lord. Bottom line. When she was a lawyer, she didn't have to degrade herself. When she was in the Texas State House, she didn't have to degrade herself. But now to get in the top with the Democrat Party, you have to degrade yourself. Look at Brandon Johnson. He's degrading himself. He was a teacher. Everybody's telling Brandon Johnson, hey, bro, this not it. What are you doing? And he's literally degrading himself, putting himself in a bad position for what? For the Democrat Party?
Damn Democrats.
So some of y'all black folks are just listen. You talk about our ancestors, Jasmine. They didn't fight, die, and suffer for us to degrade ourselves.
Right.
Our ancestors that you're talking about wasn't sitting up here being dumb. They some of them didn't even know how to read. Or if they learned how to read, they had to learn how to read in secret.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our people had to hide their intellect.
Yep.
You have intellect, but you choose to throw it away to be a stereotype. And how are you, Jasmine Crockett, being an example to young black girls or even the other black women? Because, you know, they look up to each other. Don't know why, but they look up to each other. And Jasmine, you're sitting up here showing an example. You're a congresswoman and you're acting like the worst uneducated stereotype that we have in the black community. And you know what these folks say about you, Jasmine? I'm reading what they're saying about you. They're calling you Bomquisha. They're sitting up here calling you ghetto. They're calling you ratchet. They're calling you, low class because you're acting a freaking stereotype. And you are embarrassing to black women. Now, I know some of the black women support you because some of them are just like you. You have some of them that's very educated, just like her, and they wish they could be a hood rat too. And they want to date the hood dudes and have babies with the hood dudes, and some of them do. It's a weird dynamic in our black community about that hood stuff. I don't know what it is with that. I don't relate to it, okay? Say what you want to say about me. I don't relate to it. Don't know. I ain't got nothing against nobody. If you that way, be you. But I just don't relate to that. Because I guess my mindset is more, what can I do to expand? What can I do with legacy? What can I do with, I don't want to do no low, vibrational things. I'm not looking to get high every weekend. I'm not looking to get drunk every weekend. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm not trying to get out here and just get some ops for no reason. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not trying to sit up here and wear recycled shoes that we was wearing in the 80s and 90s and spending an ungodly amount of money to impress who? I'm going to tell some of you gentlemen something. some of y'all be faking the funk too to get with some of these women. If you got to sit up here and act like a hood dude to get a woman, that's not the woman for you, bro. That's not the woman for you. If you're a black man that's made some of yourself, don't ever lower yourself to that. You came out of that. Maybe you got a good career. Maybe you got a good business. You're not out here committing no crime. You're not out here doing nobody wrong. And if the women don't want to give you no play, hey, I always say this: there's a world full. You can stay dating and marrying black women. They got black women all over America and black women all over the world too. So you're not relegated to dealing with those types. I tell a black man that all day long, especially a successful black man. You do not have to put up with that. Don't put up with that. But Jasmine Crockett and what she's doing is fake. It's fake. I like Jasmine Crockett when she was the lawyer. I like her when she was maybe just got in, speaking with sense. That's the Jasmine Crockett I wish we had right now. That's the person I can respect. Democrats, once again, we know you're anti-black racist. You don't like black women. You don't like black women because black women always show up for you, and you never really put up a real black woman. You try to put up Kamala. Kamala's not black, and you knew it. So now you say, well, you know what? We're going to get a black one, but let's make sure something's wrong with her. You understand what I'm saying? Let's tell her that she got to be this horrible stereotype so we can get the black votes. You're talking about people like Boulay Martin. Boulay Martin got talking about his education, but every 5 minutes, he doing the same thing. Just being a horrible stereotype. Do you see me coming on here acting that way so I can relate to you? I don't want to relate to you. If I have to sit up here and lower myself to some profane language, every other word, because that means I'm speaking it, I'm keeping it real, then I don't want to keep it real with them kind of people. I remember going to the Million Man March, the one in 2015. Minister Farrakhan didn't say one cuss word. And I never forget, I turned around and I looked how many people was there. I never seen that many people in one spot in my life. That was something to see. And I got to sit at the front because I had a plug, so I got to sit in the front. So I stood up and looked behind me, and I looked at the minister, and I looked back behind me. I said, wow, look at this. All these people came to see him. I was floored at that. And the minister didn't say one cuss word to get his message across. The minister is respected by everybody in the black community for the most part. So Dr. Welsing, she never had to talk that way. Neely Fuller, he never had to talk that way. And look, Dr. Anderson, Claude Anderson, he never had to talk that way. And look at the respect he has.
Yeah, that part.
Don't lower yourself to a stereotype. If you got an education, use your education to communicate. And if a person don't understand what you're saying, well, tell them, hey, there's ChatGPT, there's Google, there's whatever. Go look up what I said. Expand your mind. We should not have to relate to each other by sounding like some 1970s black exploitation movies, because that's what they got Jasmine talking like some stereotypical black exploitation movie.
Talk like that either.
Well, I mean, shoot, you can put Jasmine in what? Willie Dynamite at this point. I mean, seriously. I'm telling y'all, I wish I could show it. If I show you some of them black exploitation movies and the way they talk, you're like, wow, Jasmine talking just like them. Because the Democrats don't like black people. They use black people to get power, but they don't like us like that. That's why they don't send Jasmine out to talk about reparations in the form of cash payments. They will send Jasmine out to say, you don't need no $5,000. Maybe they'll send Jasmine out to say a study. Well, they sent out Ayanna Pressley talking about a study, right?
Give me 5 months black.
But the Democrat Party do not like FBAs. They don't. It's not what they say. It's not the representation. Look at what they did to the Congressional Black Caucus. It is not the Congressional Black Caucus. It's the Congressional Immigrant Caucus. The Democrats have replaced all the FBAs that was about something, put in a bunch of shucking and jiving bootlicks and immigrants who are immigrant first and not FBA first. How is it the last leader of the Congressional Black Caucus was an immigrant, first generation immigrant, and the current one is a first generation immigrant? And what does Yvette Clarke talk about? Oh, well, I'm a child of immigrants and, immigration. FBAs don't relate to immigration. What are you talking about? Y'all need to go form your own caucus talking about the immigration caucus. Go do that. I'm cool with that. But when it comes to the Black caucus, we don't need to be discussing on immigration.
Come on, brother. That's solid.
But this is what the Democrats have done over the years. They don't want FBAs. We talking about the real ones, not the bootlicks, not the boule. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the real brothers and sisters in the community who actually got some respect, who carry themselves well. Look at her background. She don't have no husband, no children. Why? I wouldn't want a person like her in any kind of position.
Right.
Because you can't manage your own house.
Right.
You can't help manage a family. Well, how you going to manage the affairs of America?
Right. Good point, Phil.
That's how I look at it. How can you relate to women who are mothers in this country? How can you relate to women who are wives? How can you relate to them? You're a single woman. And you never even been married. I understand things happen in relationships. I get it. Things do happen. I get it. Sometimes people are cheated on. Sometimes people become monsters. Sometimes people may grow apart or whatever. Things happen. But at least if that did happen to her, at least she had the experience for her to talk about certain things. She don't even have that. Why you think Tim Scott and Corey Bussey?
Uncle Tim.
Why do you think all of a sudden they went and got some women when they started running? Because it shows stability. If you don't have no woman and you just run around here being a single man, people look at you like, I don't know about that. They just call it what it is. You said she's an abortionist. She don't have no kids. Now, maybe she did get pregnant because, you got some of them. I ain't got no kids. And you ask them, well, how many have you terminated? That's the question. Because some people like her, they ain't got pregnant a couple of times, but they made sure not to have that child. That's the question you ask them, fellas. You had any kids? No. Have you been pregnant before, though? Let's see what that answer gonna be. But so now, when you see Jasmine Crockett being a sister girl, just know it's fake. It's phony. It's some anti-blackness from the Democrat Party to lower her to some stereotype. They've literally put her at the same level as Sexy Red. Literally. And shame on you women that came over here defending that. When you should be upset that they're trying to put a black woman out there at the lowest common denominator when this woman has been very accomplished in her life. She's fighting for us. She can fight for you all day, I guess, but she ain't got to lower herself to the lowest common denominator to do so. Well, no, you understand. She keeping it real by cussing. That's keeping it real. Being sassy. That's keeping it real. Okay. All right. Great Black Shark said the DNC abortion bus was driven by Ratchet Crockett. Yeah, no, that's a fake Ratchet. She ain't Ratchet. She fake Ratchet. It's fake. It's phony. And I don't respect it.
Shout out to
If you really ratchet, I got respect for you because that's who you are. You ratchet 24/7. And I'm gonna tell you what I have seen by people that's like ratchet. A lot of them got good hearts.
Yeah.
A lot of them do. A lot of them will really get down for you. A lot of them will defend you. A lot of them will fight for you.
Yeah.
Quicker than the Jasmine Crockett's of the world with all that education and boule.
Yeah.
I would say that much I've seen about people like that. But once again, I respect people who's ratchet and that's who they are. I respect that. Doesn't mean they're a bad person. They just ratchet.
Yeah.
That's it. But people like Jasmine faking, went to a whole private school. He ain't been around no ratchet people. We went to a private school, white people.
Right.
In St. Louis.
In the Louis.
Your parents paid money for you to go.
Superman.
You had a two-parent household. Your mama worked at the post office until she retired. Your daddy was in the boule and a pastor too.
Oh my God, you stupid.
You didn't come from no bad people, for what I'm hearing. So what all this ratchetness you're doing is fake. It's fake and phony.
It's fake and phony.
And that's true, Mama Dale. Where's her policies? She don't have no policy. That's the thing. She don't have no policies. She just sent out there to be ratchet. That's it. Just say mother effer and hoe and all the other things. That's all she got sent out there to do. She's not sent out there to talk about no policy. She's not sent out there to talk about how she gonna, the betterment of FBAs. She's not sent out there for that. She's sent out there to be an idiot or a fake ratchet idiot. And yes, I'm going to continue to, if I see something from her, I'm going to cover her and call out her fake ratchetness. Oh, yes. And we're going to keep on running these clips. Any clip I find of her how she was before, we're going to add that too. Because Jasmine's fake. She's fake right now. You say she that's funny. You say she's going to drop a Great Black Shark, going to drop an album with 6 records called Bundles and Blunts. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if she do. It wouldn't surprise me. She making TikTok videos. Then they did a video. I mean, I don't know if you know that from Super Smash Brothers, they everybody do their videos like they're a character, whatever, like the Choose Your Fighter thing, and they had the Super Smash Brothers music on there. And so they had AOC, Jasmine Crockett, a couple of other ones, whatever. And I'm like, the Democrats is doing whatever they can right now I don't know. I guess they didn't have the election, and people saying, hey, we got to do all this to get attention. You're getting attention, but you know what? You can get attention in the wrong way. And Democrats, you're getting attention in the wrong way. And it's looking silly. It's not, nothing you're doing is like, people are like, oh, wow, man, I can respect the Democrats. I'm looking forward to voting for them in 2026. No, you're reiterating why people didn't vote for you. You're not making people feel like, wow, man, I think we made a mistake by voting, for Trump and Republicans. Everything you're doing is like just blowing up in your face. You don't see it?
Nope, they don't.
And I'm not gonna sit up here and let you deceive my people.
Right.
No, that's why I'm gonna call out your little fake ratchet representative.
What else about it?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna call out. You better believe that.
Call them about it. Call out.
You say they goofball the Damon say he cool with ratchet. You say you're not. You say nah. I'm good with ratchet people all in public, man. Well, Damon. Let me tell you something about that. Certain locations you won't find them. Certain zip codes you won't find them. And if you get into certain zip codes and certain places to shop, certain type of vacations you're taking, you won't see them. I'm just giving you that piece of advice, Damon. You say they better listen to Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith, I mean, what he's saying, is not nothing groundbreaking. It's just common sense what he's saying, but Stephen A. Smith is being a plant too, because how is he trying to pivot to politics? Right. Sports, that's his thing. There's a lot of money to be made in the sports world. Oh, it is. Why is he pivoting to politics? I don't know.
Right.
Like what was that about?
I don't understand.
I think he does very well with ESPN and all other things that he's doing. I always tell people, if you got a bag outside of politics, man, keep your bag going. Don't get involved in this politics stuff. This politics stuff is not for the weak. This politics stuff will ruin your life. if you don't watch it. It will. And if you are in politics, figure out a way to have either an exit strategy out of it, or eventually you can just get behind the scenes and let other people take that mantle. You ain't got to carry the mantle. Like what I look like being Al Sharpton's age, still doing the same thing. Oh no, I'd rather be behind the scenes. I don't want to stress. Shoot, the older I get, the less stress I want. I don't want no stress for nothing. Shoot. That's how you live longer. Keep that stress down. But yeah, Stephen A. Yeah. He needs to stick to what he do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure.
Thank you, Uncle Phil. All right, y'all. Before I go, we'll play this ratchet ridiculousness. This is a dumbass video Jasmine and Ratchet did.
It's a cultural divide. I'm gonna get it on the floor. You really about to do it? 40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music. You really about to do it? Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like fuck. Mustard on a beat, bro. Deep boat in rap. He a freak though. Man down, call like Ember Lambs. Tell him breathe. Let them boys to the cross, they walk around like thieves. What's up with these?
All right, so this is going to conclude season 4, episode 50, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us, with me, because I was the only one that was present for this episode. Make sure y'all like to subscribe to Front Line Blacc News, and we'll see y'all later for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So, Grand Rising, peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Krumah signing out from UC Health. Related change is recovering from extensive surgeries in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. And thanks for all your thoughts and prayers and well wishes for her. All right, I'll see y'all later for part 2.